Now, let's meet the starting lineup.
And certainly, on paper, this game is something of a mismatch, Doris.
Yes, it is. But it's always dangerous when one team is expected to win by a large margin. Because why? Human nature. Can't skip steps. These are still professional basketball players. That underdog can be a real dog.
All right, now the opening lineup for Phoenix. Booker and Beal are the talented backcourt. Kevin Durant is out there with Nick Richards. And it's Dunn in at the 3, the small forward. Dunn outside. Pass to Beal. 4 on the clock. Second chance shot. And he buries his first look.
Such a multi-talented threat on the offensive end, and you love his confidence.
Here's Halliburton. And he lays it up and in.
Yeah, give Halliburton credit for staying with the play. You've got to be able to fend off that defense and still finish.
Oh, and Turner with a block. Siakam against Durant. Halliburton outside. Toppin, a screen on Booker. And he lobs it up to the rim. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Halliburton. The definition of a stretch 5, Doris. Miles Turner. He's led the league in blocks, and he can hit a 3.
And it's such a valuable asset for this basketball team. When Turner is on the floor, you've got to be aware of where he is in range, and then Miles is going to protect the rim with the absolute best of them.
Good work defensively by Richards.
Well, we love his ability to attack the rim. He just loses a little bit of focus and misses the chipping.
Dunn, the pass to Richards. And the layup is good off the glass.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other. Well, that's a nice play. You've got to read the situation and go to your floater game when necessary.
All right, Doris, where do you think Halliburton ranks among the NBA's best point guards?
Well, he's certainly, BA, got to be near the top of the list. Number one, his vision is absolutely tremendous. He can create on the fly. As importantly to me, it's his spirit and presence, the joy he brings to the game. Yeah, the whole floor is open for Kevin Durant offensively. Mid-range is his sweet spot, folks.
Here's Halliburton. And it's Devin Booker with a rebound. The Suns have gone 3 of 6 from the floor. And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Earlier I spoke with Rick Carlisle, and KD's name came up pretty quickly. I asked Coach about strategy for Durant, and he said, I want to get physical with him, make sure he's not getting easy looks at them, and ruffle his feathers. So the orders for the defense are to stay tough with Durant. Back to you.
And Allie, thanks.
At the line for the
And Kevin Durant is arguably the greatest scoring forward ever. What makes KD so incredible, Doris?
BA, this game better go into triple overtime if I've got to list everything that makes this guy special. Size, elite shooting, ability to handle the ball at 7 feet, put it on the deck, get past, finish in traffic, rebound. You need me to guard every single position on the defensive end? I can do that. I can go on all night. How much time we got, BA?
One of the all-time greats, Kevin Durant, the Slim Reaper. The Suns leading. And Booker, here we go, sinks that one after missing his first 2 attempts. Now 1 for 3.
Well, the defense has got to be willing to guard the jumper, and for Devin Booker, that opens up the drive.
Here's Halliburton. That one goes in. Halliburton's got 7 points.
Pounding it inside early and often, setting a physical tone.
And here's Booker. Oh, great finish as he gets bumped on his way up. He'll go to the line to try to tack on one more. Phoenix making a switch here. Bowles checked in. Devin Booker is a 2-guard, Doris. What's Book do that makes him special at that position?
I mean, so many things in terms of his skill. He's an elite shooter. He has become an excellent decision maker. He can get to the mid-range. He's a 3-level scorer. There's so many things. But my favorite thing is watching this guy in an NBA Finals play with a broken nose, be hit repeatedly, and never flinch. His toughness and competitive edge is always there nightly, and I love that.
On the wing, Durant. Back to Booker. Dunn, pass to Beal. Outside Durant. Shot clock at 6. For 3, Booker. The putback. Great positioning on the putback.
I always love the hard work on the glass. Just great activity.
Now Halliburton. 9 points in the game. Here's Turner. Toppin against Durant. Pass to Siakam. And Siakam with the slam.
You have to love the aggression right there. He's got the vertical, might as well put it to good use.
Oh, a screen on Siakam. Outside for Booker. Excellent D there from Siakam.
Boy, in that close, he's almost automatic. Boy, that's pretty good defense. Wow.
Siakam with a screen on Durant. Toppin passes to Siakam. And Siakam with the slam.
That's showing you that Siakam understands in pick and roll. If I can get myself to open space, I'll get an open shot.
Durant with a screen on Halliburton. It's Beal on the wing. Here's Bull. No good. Would have counted had it gone. Tyrese Halliburton getting it done for Indiana. Hunting. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after this first quarter of play. All right, guys, let me get your thoughts on the Pacers and how they're playing so far.
They're off to a rock-solid start. They brought a well-thought-out plan into this one.
What terrific work at the offensive end. They have built some early momentum here.
Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. Toppin at the 4 and Turner at the 5. And it's Siakam in at the small forward position. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Pacers. Here's Bull. And finished off by Bull. Indiana trailing here. Toppin right side. And he lobs it up. And a slam dunk by Toppin.
The chemistry Toppin has with his teammates. Just get up over the rim and finish it with authority, Obi.
Now here's Booker. He's got 5. The rebound by Turner. Booker's gone just 2 of 7 from the floor here. Here's Toppin driving to the basket. Somehow misses the two-handed jam. The Suns have gone just 1 of 3 to begin the second quarter. One thing about the Pacers, Doris, they can flat out score the basketball.
It is incredible to me, B.A., how infrequently the ball sticks. They play fast, whether in transition or in the half court, they make defenses work.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Hey, Brian. Well, Kevin Durant steadily climbing up the top 10 of the all-time scoring list. He said, I've been in the league for half of my life now. It's a blessing to be playing on this platform and doing what I love to do. I just want to continue to keep putting in good work and keep adding to what I already did.
One of the greats, Allie. Thank you. Now here's Siakam. Halliburton, pass to Siakam. Down it goes, and a great assist by Halliburton. Siakam's got 6 points.
Man, that is tenacity from Pascal Siakam. He was simply undeterred.
Here's Booker. And he gets it to go off the front iron.
They seem to concede that shot, and his response is, thank you very much.
Halliburton, the pass to Nembhard. Durant against Toppin. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
Personal foul. First team foul.
Well, Doris, for a while, the amount of three-pointers seemed to grow exponentially. I think it's plateaued now.
You know, B.A., I'm not sure I agree that it's plateaued. What we do know unequivocally is these organizations have defined how to be the most efficient basketball team. And each and every year, we're setting records in that category. They're just getting smart about the kinds of shots you want and when. We're seeing more shots at the rim, and we're still heavily emphasizing the three-point line.
Phoenix shooting their 4th and 5th shots at the foul line in this game. Drafted as a 19-year-old back in 2015 by the Suns, Devin Booker has a special connection with Phoenix, Doris.
B.A., they absolutely love Devin Booker in the Valley of the Sun. He's been with the Suns his entire career, and basically it's a fan base that has watched this young man grow up. And when you think over the long history of this organization, when you mention the best players in team history, there is no doubt he is part of that conversation.
And Phoenix has possession. After the basket by Indiana on the other end. And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. And so it's Halliburton with it. He brings it up for Indiana. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You got to be a good team to reach that feat.
And Durant with the big finish.
Yeah, Kevin Durant, you allow him a path to the cup, look out.
For Indiana, they've gone 3 of 5 since the beginning of the second. Toppin goes in. And a slam dunk by Toppin.
Trading the lead back and forth, neither side is willing to back down.
And right now you love the chess match, right? The ability of each side to adjust to what the other is doing.
Bol. Pacers with a rebound. Turner's got his 5th rebound in this one. On the wing, Nembhard. Hounded by Beal. Here's Halliburton. And Halliburton sinks the little runner.
When Halliburton gets this close to the cup, he's got that little teardrop. Very tough to stop it.
Outside Durant. The 3. And it's Tyrese Halliburton with the rebound. Indiana leading by 3. Pass to Siakam. Now here's Toppin. Halliburton outside. Oh, the sweet touch inside by Halliburton.
Now, the numbers speak for themselves, but what Tyrese Halliburton is showing you, the versatility he has at the offensive end.
Here's Durant. Misses off the right iron. And stolen by Bol. To the paint. Beal, the pass to Durant. Indiana with a rebound. Halliburton for 3. Bol grabs the board. Out to the wing. Done. The pass to Beal. Inside. And finished off by Bol.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
Well, credit him for going for it, not settling, saying, I'm going to attack.
And we're through the first half of play here in what's been a good one. The Pacers out in front. They lead by 3. Stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started. And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard. Boy, you gotta like what Tyrese Halliburton has done in this game.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
Boy, he has been shouldering the load. Aggressive, skilled, talented, and thus far, unstoppable.
On the floor for Phoenix, Booker and Beal are the talented backcourt. Bull out there with Kevin Durant, and it's O'Neal in at the 3. And Doris, when you think about Kevin Durant, certainly a prolific scorer, but that's not the whole story.
What I love the most, I think, BA, about Kevin Durant is how much he loves playing the game of basketball. His availability is never in question as long as there is some measure of health. The work he puts in consistently, anyone who's ever seen his routine, teammates, coaches, front office staff, they are in awe of the commitment to his craft.
Halliburton looking over the floor. Now here's Siakam. He's covered by O'Neal. Siakam, the pass to Toppin. Just 3 to shoot. And there's a 3-second violation.
Boy, not on the same page there. And in a possession ball game, that's a big mistake.
And here in the second half of play, we're just over a minute in. Right side Durant. Back to Beal. Pass to Durant. To the inside. And finished off by Bull.
I just love the unselfishness in the play of Kevin Durant. He said he wants to play the game the right way. Nice example there.
Halliburton, pass to Turner. And then Turner with the dunk. Incredible game. This lead has been exchanged 8 times.
Tremendous show of will and resilience on both sides.
Here's Booker. Oh, my. Booker just throwing it down.
Putting up points is what Devin Booker does best, and right now he is showing out.
Back to Halliburton. Back to Nembhard. The 3-ball. And it's Phoenix with the rebound.
Boy, he won't miss many from that spot. The defense gets lucky there.
Wow, way back there. Devin Booker connects.
How about that? Impressive range from Devin Booker. Tremendous touch.
And Bradley Beal is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul of the game. Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half. Here's Nembhard. And they waste no time getting those 3 points back. Nembhard's gotten himself going with a triple, his first basket of the game. Right side Bull. The rebound by Turner. Indiana's gone 1 of 2 shooting from the perimeter since halftime. And he gets it to go. Turner's got 6.
Miles Turner covered tightly, but nonetheless scores it. That is really well done.
2 minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
Here's Booker. 18 points for him. 1:50 left in the third quarter of the game. It counts! And the foul! It's going to be on Tyrese Halliburton. Done. He's checked in for O'Neal. 3 trips to the line so far for him in this one. That free throw good from Booker.
Yeah, just an offensive machine. Booker generates points consistently, night in and night out.
Halliburton, the pass to Nembhard. Off target with the 3. For Phoenix, they've gone 6 of 7 and appearing confident in this half. Offensive board. Toppin with a steal. Now the Pacers on the move. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line. It goes on Bull.
Well, Miles Turner understands how to use his size and length. Doesn't matter if he's blocking shots or going for his high release point jump shot.
There's 1:26 left to play in the third. Booker surveying the floor. Done. The pass to Bull. Played it in with a nice touch off the window. He's got 10.
In a tight game, they wanted to make sure of that possession.
Toppin outside. Turner finds Toppin. Rejected by Bull. It's Beal on the wing. He's guarded by Nembhard. Up top, Beal. Into the lane. Here's Bull. No good on the triple. And Halliburton has got the ball here for the Indiana Pacers. Pass to Nembhard. Now Turner. Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense given the situation. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
And so Turner nails them both. The Suns have gone 7 of 10 here in the second half. Booker with it. He's got 21. Durant, the pass to Booker. And there's a defensive 3-second call. He's had 4 chances at the line. He's made them all.
Shooting for Phoenix.
And he shows the focus there. Nails the tee. Oh, stolen by Turner. He got it up. Devin Booker. He's feeling it tonight. He's been the driving force for the Phoenix Suns, providing this. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
And just a selfless decision from your 2-guard, showing his ability to get his teammates good looks.
How about the secondary playmaking you are getting? Great to have that from the shooting guard spot.
Man, I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. Toppin at the 4 and Turner at the 5. And it's Siakam in at the 3 slot. So that's the group out there for Indiana.
Well, exactly what you want from the guy in your pick and roll position. He's got to be able to set a firm screen and then find his opening.
Right side Bull. And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. And so it's Indiana with it. It's a 1-point game. And here's Siakam. Pass to Halliburton. Ooh, he's now 7 from 12.
Boy, Pascal Siakam plays at his own pace, able to find the open man.
Screen by Durant. Here's Booker. Clock at 6. Durant with it. The rebound by Turner. Turner's got his 8th rebound here tonight. Here's Toppin. And a slam dunk by Toppin.
Well, the vertical of Obi Toppin on display rises up with ease.
Beal. And that comes off the assist by Durant.
They have a never-give-up attitude.
No doubt keeping it very close. They're going to have to step up even more to get over the hump here.
Down low. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting.
First personal foul.
Right, this is the size of Miles Turner because he's so skilled at using it to pick up these fouls.
Miles Turner.
He hits the 2nd from the line.
You know, he may be kicking himself for that 1 miss, but establishing the 2-possession lead was key.
And we're about 2 minutes into the 4th now. Here's Booker. Ooh, against inside resistance. Booker still good.
Well, a guard has got to come with physical intensity on the interior, and Devin Booker does just that.
Halliburton outside. It's stolen by Dunn. It's Beal on the wing. Drives to the hoop. And then Beal with the dunk.
This guy's in attack mode. Bradley Beal taking it strong.
Nembhard outside. Toppin outside. Nembhard outside. Outside for Halliburton. It's stolen by Dunn. For 3, Durant. KD from KD. Wow. And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. The hustle stats for Phoenix.
Yeah, they've collected an impressive number of steals so far, using fast hands to force some turnovers and then scoring on the other end.
And another theme in this game, to me, guys, has been how lethal they've been in transition. Attack on the break and make sure you convert.
Turner, no good. The Suns lead by 3. No question, this offense has some firepower.
And they're looking very confident in all that they're doing right now.
Here's Booker. The putback. Controls the rebound and the putback.
Huge putback. This guy plays with so much energy.
I don't know anybody that goes after the boards harder. To the paint. Here's Turner. Rejected by Bol. Halliburton against Beal. A minute 6 left in the fourth quarter. Shot clock at 5. Oh, and Turner with a block.
I'll tell you, you love the attitude of Miles Turner. No one is getting off these shots when he's nearby. No one.
Here's Durant. Ooh, excellent D there from Turner. On the wing, Nembhard. Pass to Turner. Back to Nembhard. There's a screen by Turner. To the middle. Ooh, Durant with a steal. And now the Suns fast break. Here's Dunn. And they get it back. Durant against Siakam. Goes back up. Durant, no good. How about the unselfishness of this team?
Yeah, the willingness to make the next pass has this defense scrambling.
That looks like a lack of focus. You've got to question what he was trying to accomplish there.
15 seconds left in the fourth. Now Booker. Fires away from way outside. Basket is good. So the Suns win it. Boy, a nice win on the road. By the time this one was winding down, this building was stone cold silent.
And that's exactly what you got to do.
All right, Allie, thank you. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Allie LaForce, Doris Burke, and Grant Hill, this is Brian Anderson alongside our 2K Sports crew.
Welcome to 2K Sports for another... When it comes to teams that like pushing the break, Richard, look no further than these two teams in front of us.
I'm expecting a fun one here tonight, Kevin. Definitely not for the faint of heart. These teams love to get out.
Here's the starting group for Houston. At the guard positions, Van Fleet in green. Brooks is out there with Amen Thompson. And it's Şengün in at the 5 spot. And Thompson sends it back. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Thompson. Let's take a second look at that fantastic block.
And making a statement right away, letting them know they won't get any easy ones when he's around.
It's Nembhard on the wing, guarded by Green. The shot by Turner, no good. Pass to Brooks. Şengün against Turner, and the wide open shot from Green. Off target with his 3.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Toppin passes to Siakam. Out to Turner. There's the 3. That's in, and he found his range with that one. Now 1 for 2.
Makes decisive decisions on the hardwood. Once Turner saw the catch and shoot opportunity, he was locked and loaded.
You often expect him to convert these types of shots, but the D must have made their presence felt to prevent that one.
Here's Halliburton. Plays it up and in on the nice reverse.
For a skinny guy, Halliburton has a lot of confidence inside. In fact, he's confident at everything he does.
Greg, in January 2024, Pascal Siakam was traded out of Toronto.
And he came into the league an older player from a mid-major school. The Raptors did a lot to help Siakam, turning him into an all-NBA caliber player.
Pass to Toppin. Back to Halliburton. 5 to shoot. Puts up a deep 3. Brooks grabs the board.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Stolen by Van Vliet. And it's Thompson that time on the assist from Van Vliet.
And great find by Van Vliet. He's in control of this offense and generally makes good decisions.
Here's Halliburton. And stolen by Thompson. And they're on the break. There's Green with the 3. Cranes it from beyond the arc.
There was a time you could get yelled at for taking a 3 like that, but now it's a great decision, and it paid off.
Pass to Nembhard. Turner with the screen on Green. Down low. Looking to end the run. And Turner throws it down.
Throw it down, big fella. Turner way above the rim.
Van Vliet kicks to Brooks. To the paint. Here's Şengün.
2 minutes.
Kicks it out to Van Vliet. It's deflected. Down low. Toppin inside. He's covered by Thompson. Halliburton looking around. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. Seems like every time, Greg, we see Tyrese Halliburton, he's wearing a big smile on his face.
Talk about a guy who just loves this game. Halliburton is such an enthusiastic player, and that positive attitude really infects his entire team.
And Greg, we know the Pacers have to improve defensively, but where do they start?
Candidly, Kevin, I feel like they're too soft. Giving up offensive rebounds, cheap fouls, they've got to be tougher mentally and physically, especially on the interior.
So it's the Pacers now, following the score by Houston. Halliburton passes to Toppin. And that one is off. Good D by Thompson. Houston leading by 4. And here's Green outside. Offensive rebound. Şengün with the screen for Van Vliet. Lobbed up there for Şengün. Trying to go for an alley-oop, but excellent defense and anticipation there to stop it. Here's Toppin, and Toppin throws it down.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
We know mistakes lead to breaks. That's just textbook right there.
The shot by Thompson, no good. And so it's Turner with it. He brings it up for the Indiana Pacers. Trailing by 2. Houston's gone 2 of 5 from three-point land here in the first quarter. To the middle. And it's Turner finishing it off.
Throwing it down on that one. Turner really showing off that athleticism.
The drive by Thompson. And the rebound goes to the Pacers. Turner's got 4 rebounds in this game. Halliburton outside. He knocks it down. Wait a minute. The officials are getting together. They may want
There will be 2 minutes to review the play.
to look at it again. They need to be certain he beat the buzzer.
And the NBA Replay Center in Secaucus is queuing it up, and even before we look at the replay, I'm pretty sure he got that off the time.
And still a close game as the first quarter comes to a close. It's the Pacers. They're up by 2. And we'll be back with you for the story. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter, and we'll see what happens here in the second. And what's your take, guys, on the hustle stats for the Pacers?
From the tip, they are not making things easy on them. Lots of steals, playing disruptive basketball.
And so far, just a great job forcing turnovers and creating opportunities in the open floor. The defense at the heart of that.
Halliburton in the backcourt. Nembhard to his side. In the post, it's Toppin and Turner. And it's Siakam in the small forward position. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Pacers. Inside. And Şengün throws it down.
The assist.
Man, he sure can get off the floor.
He's one of the best in the business, absolutely. Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Thank you, Kevin. Now, Pascal Siakam is nominally a power forward, but his versatility at both ends of the floor allows him to play a number of roles. Siakam says that's where the NBA has been going. It's always positionless basketball, and I feel like I can do anything. And in today's game, Kevin, that means tremendous value for Siakam. Back to you.
Doesn't it? My goodness, David, he is something else. Thank you very much. Van Vliet against Halliburton. No good. He has missed 3 of his 5 attempts this game. Thompson dishes to Green. Driving inside. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. Green's got 5 now.
Using that speed, Green flying by on the drive.
Outside Turner. Pass to Toppin. There's the triple. Şengün with the rebound. Şengün's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Incredible for his age. The decision-making of Şengün GA is very impressive.
So calm when he sees a double coming. Reads and reacts with ease when he's on the block or at the nail. Reminds you of a young Jokic with how he sees the game.
Pass to Turner. Here's Nembhard, guarded by Green. And Turner throws it down.
And a big night for Miles Turner so far. Really playing hard, trying to make every possession count.
Van Vliet kicks to Şengün. Houston moving the ball around. Thompson a screen on Halliburton. Out to Brooks. Shot clock at 6. Van Vliet. Toppin pulls it in.
You almost have to assume he's going to knock those down when he is that open.
And stolen by Thompson. Here's Brooks. And the bucket is good. 3-point play chance here for him.
Pascal Siakam.
Breaking down some numbers here. The hustle stats for the Rockets.
From the tip, they are not making things easy on them. Lots of steals, playing disruptive basketball.
They've out-hustled the opponent so far in this one. A lot of points in the open floor, and that's giving them the advantage.
Halliburton missing. Houston leading by 3. Here's Green. That one, no good. Good work defensively by Turner. Halliburton passes to Toppin. And Toppin throws it down.
Oh, a fantastic combo guard. Halliburton understands really how to score as well as distribute the rock.
Nembhard finds Siakam. 1:46 left to play here in the half. Halliburton against Şengün. And it's Halliburton missing. Rockets are gone 5 of 7 from the field here in the second. GA, if you look back at the Rockets' history, so many all-time greats have spent time there.
Yeah, it's an impressive list, right? Olajuwon, Moses Malone, Calvin Murphy, and Harden. Houston's well represented in the Hall of Fame.
Guys back and forth this first half.
And this could continue to go back and forth the entire way.
Thompson sets the pick for Green. Toppin with the steal. 1:02 left in the first half of the game. Turner with a screen on Thompson. Toppin dishes to Turner. Here's Siakam. Turner trying to free himself up. There's Green with the 3. Another miss by Houston. Indiana's gone 1 of 2 on 3-pointers here in the second quarter so far. Toppin against Van Vliet. Turner with a screen on Van Vliet. Here's Toppin. That's in. That's his 5th field goal. He's shooting a hot 71%. 5 for 7. Rockets trail by 3. Just 2 seconds between shot clock and game clock. Van Vliet with it. And it's Toppin picking him up. Outside, Green. To the inside. And Şengün throws it down.
The dime-dropping ability of Green. I love it when he looks for his teammates and gets them involved.
Halliburton kicks to Turner. That falls. Nice feed that time from Halliburton. Halliburton's got 3 assists now in this one. And that'll do it for the first half. A competitive game so far. Pacers lead by 4. It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to Denver. All right, David, thank you. And stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started.
And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drums. They're thinking about the shot.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. A fantastic game from Miles Turner in this one.
Yeah, pretty much all throughout that first half. And he was taking care of his business on the low blocks and getting more than his fair share of dunks.
He has been aggressive, getting into the painted area seemingly at will and wreaking absolute havoc on the defense.
Starting the second half, here's Ime Udoka's 5. Running the wings, they'll go with Green and Brooks. Thompson is out there with Alperen Şengün. And it's Van Vliet in at the point guard position.
Defense pulled out all the stops to shut him down there.
3-pointer. The Rockets pull it in. And Brooks, here we go. Thompson off on the layup. Indiana leading by 6. Pass to Toppin. And for those of you tuning in, we're about a minute into the second half. And finished off by Siakam.
And those are 2 loud points. Siakam flushes it without much effort.
The Pacers shoot their 3rd free throw shot of the game. And Siakam, no good on that one. Richard, you've talked a lot about how underrated longevity has been as a factor in measuring some of the all-time great players.
Well, when you think about Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, the only way to achieve greatness in the statistical category is to have longevity. So obviously greatness and longevity coincide.
Toppin can't get it to go.
They say it's a make-or-miss league, and there are sometimes that you miss.
Brooks, the pass to Şengün. That one misses. Good work defensively by Turner. The Pacers have gone 2 of 4 here to start the second half. To the middle. And it's Turner finishing it off.
And the all-around game of Siakam is so adept at working the ball to open guys.
Van Vliet kicks to Green. Pass to Brooks. Thompson sets the pick for Brooks. Hands it from downtown. Brooks has got 6.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Yeah, as soon as these guys feel contact, they are just disappearing like they're not even there. You got to show some fire and keep defending.
Back to Turner. That's good, and it's Halliburton with the assist. 19 points for Miles Turner.
Putting on the hard hat there. Give Turner credit for staying locked in on capitalizing no matter what.
Şengün with the bucket.
See, he had time to line it up, and you know what? He's capable.
Indiana leading by 6. And Van Vliet, not the same scorer he once was, Richard, but he has improved his playmaking.
And that's the adjustment that Van Vliet needed to make. The scoring doesn't always have to be there for him. But if he can set up, facilitate, and be a game manager, he'll find a large role.
Here's Turner. It's rebounded by Houston. Şengün's got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight.
And the toughness of Brooks on display, not fearing contact when he's looking to score inside.
And this is his second trip to the line tonight. And he knocks down the first one.
At the line for 2.
And both free throws good for Brooks. 1:53 left in the third quarter. Halliburton against Van Vliet. Halliburton passes to Turner, and it's Turner finishing it off.
Very few young players see the floor as well as Halliburton. It really shows just how impressive his ceiling is as a playmaker.
Thompson outside. Gets the bucket and the foul. It's going to be on Obi Toppin.
Coming off a big game, his confidence couldn't be higher, and coach knows it.
When it ain't broke, leave it alone until someone stops him. Just let him roll.
Siakam, a screen on Van Vliet. Stolen by Thompson. And here we go. Van Vliet heading to the hoop. They get it back. Brooks kicks to Van Vliet. Second chance shot. The shot will not fall. Good D by Siakam. It's Nembhard on the wing. There's 53 seconds left to play in the third.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
Thompson, and it's Thompson with the jam.
And this one has been all about Amen Thompson, a freakish athlete. When he gets rolling, there's just not much a defender can do.
Tapping a screen on Van Vliet. It's stolen by Green. Here we go, one-on-one for the lead. And there's Van Vliet on the assist by Brooks. Van Vliet's got 5.
Oh, tricky play by Van Vliet to beat the close coverage. Slipping pass there for the finish.
Rockets have gone just a bit under 50% from the field since halftime. 5 out of 11. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
And I like the fact that the defense is looking to protect the rim at all costs.
For Houston, they have been good at the line so far, 5 of 5. He makes 1 of 2 that time. Pass to Nembhard. And the Pacers can't get it to go. And Vliet on the wing. And he was able to put it up in time, but it doesn't fall. 3 quarters of play in a close game here. Rockets ahead as they end the third. How about a look at today's State Farm assist of the game?
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery?
A lot of times a spectacular pass is more impressive than a spectacular shot. This is one of those times.
Assist.
3/10 quarters behind us. 1 more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the fourth. Halliburton in the backcourt. Nembhard to his side. In the post, it's Toppin and Turner. And it's Siakam in at the 3 slot. So that's the group out there for Indiana.
And that's right in his wheelhouse, looking to make an impact when it counts.
And his team needs every bit of his production if they want to pull this one out. It is neck and neck here in the final period.
Out to Thompson, the 3. Basket made. That gives him 7 field goals in 13 tries.
Defensively, you have to live with Thompson making those, because if you get up too close at the arc, Almond will blow right by you.
Back to Turner, shoots over Adams, and Adams sends it back. Van Vliet outside. Here's Thompson, and Thompson throws it down.
He's got rocket ship-like takeoff. Thompson can flat out fly.
Halliburton against Van Vliet. Halliburton outside. To the paint. Here's Turner. The rebound by Steven Adams. Houston leading by 6. Here's Thompson, and it's Thompson with the jam.
Oh, inflicting some punishment with the two-hand flush.
They're going for the throat. Here's Turner. Back to Nembhard. Indiana moving it around. Down low, 6 to shoot. Green with the rebound.
And the defense did just enough to bother that dunk attempt.
Ball's knocked loose. Van Vliet against Halliburton. Pass to Toppin. To end the run. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
First personal foul.
That one on Thompson. And to look at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for the Rockets.
Oh, they've done a lot of damage in transition. Every time they see a chance to push the tempo, they're gone.
And you also have to applaud how they've been able to create turnovers and then convert those on the offensive end.
Here's Nembhard, guarded by Green. Stolen by Van Vliet. Kick out to Adams. On the 3 off target. Pacers trail by 6. Here's Turner, and it's slammed in by Turner.
Hustle play by Turner in transition, giving his all to be there to finish that fast break.
Nembhard with it. Halliburton outside. Turner finds Halliburton. Back to Turner. Here's Halliburton. Covered by Van Vliet. Here's Turner. The shot from the low post is good. And now just a 2-point Houston lead.
This man has entered the zone. Great shooting performance from him all game long.
Inside. Out to Thompson. Back to Adams. The rebound by Turner. Turner's got 9 rebounds in the game, heading it down. To the middle. Pass to Toppin. Back to Turner. To tie it up. And the layup is good. Turner's got the game tied up here for the Pacers.
And answering the bell, Turner with confidence.
Outside, Green. Back to Brooks. Takes the 3. It's rebounded by Indiana. They've led by as much as 10. And here is Toppin. Money!
And you can't get a bigger bucket than that.
What a huge play coming through when it matters most.
And stolen by Siakam. Halliburton against Van Vliet. Here's the teardrop. Turner for 3. It's hauled in by Adams.
This isn't a done deal yet, but they have got to move quick.
Yeah, they need to focus on scoring every possession and not turning over the ball.
Back to Green, to the inside, to stop the drought, out to Brooks. Down low, poked away. Adams finds Green. Oh, wow, unable to get a shot off enough in time, and they turn it over. A very unfortunate time there to pick up the shot clock violation. 7 seconds left in the game. And they foul intentionally. They're going to have to do that now again and again. They're not in the penalty yet.
That's right. No other option but to foul and hope for some misses.
So they foul intentionally.
Third personal foul. Third team foul. At the line for Indiana.
So the first one drops, and that makes it a 3-point lead. And so he drops them both. It's a 4-point ballgame.
Calm and cool, and his free throws put a bow on this one. Nice way to finish the game up.
Timeout called the Rockets. 6 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And what's their best move at this point?
Yeah, trying to get back in this thing, and they need a score.
Yeah, it has to be fast. They got to take the first good look they get.
So a close game sees Indiana take this one. It was a fantastic ball game, and they did a great job making sure it didn't get away from them late.
Yeah, I mean, they faced some challenges, but really held firm when they needed to. On both
As they came through the tunnel earlier, the Pacers were already in all business mode. And welcome to 2K. Well, Grant, when you take a look at this matchup, both these teams feature an impressive backcourt.
No question, BA. And I get the sense that bragging rights are on the line here. Everything you can do, I can do better. Expect some exciting back-and-forth action in this one.
Let's take a look at our starters for Sacramento. We've got Jonas Valanciunas. Keegan Murray is out there with Trey Lyles. Then there's Zach LaVine, and it's Ellis in at the 2 spot. Nembhard outside. And a slam dunk by Toppin.
Come on, BA. He sure can rise.
Graham, that's as good as it gets. One of the best in the league.
Boy, he makes it look easy. He is an absolutely imposing finisher around the rim.
Valanciunas can't get it to go. Here's Indiana. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You gotta be a good team to reach that feat.
Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. Grant, the Kings are one of those up-and-coming teams that are knocking at the door.
Yeah, they have some stars, BA. They have some great role players, too. Part of their problem is they're in the Western Conference. It's so hard to just make the play-in tournament in that conference.
And here's Toppin from the arc. Rebounded by Lyles.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Murray finds Valanciunas. Over Toppin. And he can't bank that one in.
And even with the miss, that's a high percentage shot for him.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Rick Carlisle and I got a chance to talk for a bit. Zach LaVine's name came up, and I asked how he plans to deal with him. And Coach said, quote, "What's scary about LaVine is how many ways that he can score. So there's no easy answer except for high-effort defense, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So the defense is trying to outwork LaVine tonight. We'll see how that goes, guys."
As always, Allie, we thank you. Turner can always wow you with a highlight play, but Clark, he's gotten better at the small things as well.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% there. He can shoot the three. He's always been an elite shot blocker from the day he stepped foot in the NBA. An excellent screener, but he has added small pieces to his total game in the little areas.
Now here's Murray. Valanciunas sets a screen. Murray passes to Valanciunas. He puts up a three. Drops in the three.
Nice ball move. Good job by Murray to recognize the situation and create the wide open look.
Inside. And then Turner with the dunk.
He can really read the floor. Precision pass in rhythm.
LaVine passes to Valanciunas. Back to LaVine. Here's Lyles. Fires the three. It's rebounded by Pascal Siakam. Pass to Nembhard. Now Turner. Toppin outside. Back to Turner. 6 on the shot clock. Halliburton outside. Off target from three-point range.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
They kick it out to Murray. Sends it home from three-point land.
Yeah, this is the kind of confidence you love seeing. Murray not thinking twice at all about firing away.
Toppin, a screen on LaVine. Here's Halliburton. He's now 1 for 2 with that bucket.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
Here's LaVine. Can't hit from in close.
Boy, that's a look. He has to finish, and he knows it. Lone opportunity.
And here's Toppin from the arc. Pure from three-point range. Toppin's got 7 points in the game.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
And you know what? They're going to keep using it. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Now here's Toppin. He has 7. On the take. Good efficiency. He's drained 4 out of 5.
This team looks to him to score the ball. They feel good when he's taking the shots.
Pass to Valanciunas. against Siakam. Valanciunas with a screen on Siakam. And another miss by Sacramento. Indiana on offense. They're on a 14-6 run. Halliburton on the wing. From behind the arc. Another three for Indiana.
You know you're doing something right when you find yourself up double digits in the first period.
Well, they're doing everything right. How about that? I mean, this could turn into a blowout very quickly.
And the shot goes.
Showing off another part of his game. Valanciunas just proving he has a reliable jump shot too.
Toppin outside. Pass to Turner. Back to Toppin. Tipped. Murray against Siakam. Valanciunas. It's good. And the assist goes to Murray. He has 7.
I like it. An old school 5. Jonas primarily does his scoring close in.
Toppin finds Turner. Good D by Murray. Here's Valanciunas. Oh, and the buzzer beater is good.
Great job ending the quarter on a high note.
Nothing like knocking down that last possession of a quarter to give you a little feel-good moment.
Obi Toppin has been on display for Indiana, hunting for opportunities, leading to 9 points in the quarter. We'll be right back after this word. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter in this one. All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for Indiana?
Well, great play down low. I mean, you expect the defense to adjust, collapse maybe, but that should open up things on the perimeter later in the game.
They've also displayed a real unselfishness as a team, moving the basketball well, sharing the rock, and giving everybody a chance to participate in the offense.
Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. Toppin at the 4 and Turner at the 5. And it's Siakam in at the 3. So that's the group out there for Indiana. Well, there's no question. Pascal Siakam has raised the ceiling of this Pacers team.
Yeah, absolutely. He complements Halliburton's up-tempo style very well. And defensively, he shores things up with his ability to guard 1 through 5.
Oh, Levine, an aerial assault.
Levine has a really good knack for when to fire off the catch. Absolutely dangerous offensive play.
A good look from Turner. Valanciunas with a rebound.
Well, I cannot believe he didn't capitalize there, and neither can he.
Pass to Lyles. Here's Ellis. Shoots over Halliburton. Out to the right wing. Here's Valanciunas. And he didn't get quite enough under that one. And Halliburton has got the ball here for the Indiana Pacers. They've led by as many as 11. They get it back. Pass to Turner. And here's Siakam for 3. Can't hit that one. Sacramento has gone 1 of 2 from deep in the second quarter. Murray for 3. Pacers with a rebound. Halliburton on the wing. He's covered by Levine. Turner passes to Toppin. Back to Turner. And then Turner with the dunk.
Oh, you can't let Turner get that deep inside. When you do, he's going to abuse you with a throwdown right on top of your head.
Here's Valanciunas. Nice dish, and the layup goes down. Valanciunas has got 11.
You make your teammates better by giving them good passes. That one was perfect.
Here's Halliburton. Valanciunas with a rebound. Valanciunas has got 4 rebounds now. Valanciunas with a screen on Halliburton. In transition, here come the Pacers. Pass to Siakam. Nembhard with it. And here's Turner. Siakam outside. Cans it with nobody near him. Siakam's got himself on the board with a 3 there. Clark, we hear coaches often say, trust your teammates. Why is that sometimes a challenge?
Well, you know, when you talk about passing the basketball, there's got to be a level of trust and confidence that where you pass it to is going to produce some fruit. And that it might come back to you if that's the best play. And then defensively, you can't be good defensively without communicating and trusting one another to cover for each other in the defensive scheme that you're playing.
Kings trail by 5. for three. And there's Murray. That one's good. And the assist by Levine. He's got 6.
Levine brings a lot to this team. One of the elements he brings is his passing.
Nice shot by Turner.
That's been the story of their offense so far. Getting a number of looks from point-blank range.
And it's Valanciunas off the drive.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
Making a statement for sure. I mean, we'll see if they can maintain that aggressive approach, guys.
And Levine, throw it down.
And this is a guy who really flies up the court. Tough to shadow Levine in transition.
Here's Halliburton. Rebound by Sacramento. On the wing, Levine. He's guarded by Nembhard. And that one hits the back iron. Indiana's gone 1 of 4 from three-point land here in the second. To the inside. Toppin passes to Turner. Nembhard with it. Lyles on him. And here's Toppin from the arc. Kept alive. Here's Turner. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
Personal foul.
Man, I like the initiative from Turner to go with the shot fake. I mean, once his man leaves his feet, the rest is easy for Turner.
Sacramento has gone 2 of 5 from distance here in the second quarter. Just 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Now Levine, 5 points in the game. Valanciunas with a screen on Halliburton. Just 5 on the clock. Shot by Levine, no good. Levine with a steal. And the first half comes to a conclusion in a game that's been very close so far. The Pacers out in front. They lead by 2. And don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drum roll. They're measuring up the shot.
And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, this second half could turn out to be a great one, as both teams trying to gain an edge. Boy, you gotta like what Jonas Valanciunas has done in this game.
And in the first half, he dominated in the post. He got the looks he wanted and was able to execute.
Yeah, you know what? I think he's doing exactly what he has to do. Using his body, shaking off contact, and then finishing at the rim.
And so in the game for the Kings, they've got Keegan Murray, Jonas Valanciunas out there with Trey Lyles. Then there's Zach LaVine, and it's Ellis in at the shooting guard position. Here's Halliburton. Here's Bradley. That's good. And Halliburton gets the assist. And the Pacers lead by 4.
Yeah, looking like a veteran running the screen and roll. Halliburton understands how to break down defenses.
Shot by Levine, no good.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
And the Pacers started last season all offense, Grant, but even they knew that would not be sustainable.
Yeah, Coach Carlisle plotted them to at least get to average on the defensive end, and there's no question they have the tools to do it.
Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Brian, the Pacers love to push it up. Tyrese Halliburton said, "It's our biggest strength. Teams don't want to run with us. They know when you play us, have your track shoes ready, especially if you're coming off of a back-to-back or you have a packed schedule. You do not want to see us." Brian, they have their identity.
No doubt about that, and it starts with him. And he lays in the alley-oop pass.
A guard who can do it all. Halliburton is solid at feeding the rock to his guys.
Valanciunas sets a screen. And it's Levine with the 3. Levine's got 8 points.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You got to be tougher defensively.
Here's Halliburton. The shot, no good. Nice D from Valanciunas. Here's Ellis. He's guarded by Nembhard. And Valanciunas with the bucket. on the assist by Levine. Levine's got his 5th assist in this one. Halliburton looking for an opening. Nembhard outside. Back to Halliburton. Pass to Toppin. Here's Bradley. Valanciunas covering. Clock at 4. And it's flushed down. A nice jam.
I'll tell you what, his vertical is awesome, off the charts. A short center who still makes his presence felt.
Valanciunas with a screen on Halliburton. Here's Levine. Offensive rebound. And the dunk by Valanciunas.
And talk about big boy muscle. Valanciunas just outworking the defense and capitalizing as well.
And some changes here for the Pacers. Bryant, he's checked in for Bradley. And Benedict Mathurin subbed in for Nembhard. And here's Bryant outside. Knocks down the long J. Bryant's got his first 3 points of the game.
It's important that you have big men who can shoot in this day and age, and this guy can really stretch the floor.
Oh, got that bucket in no time at all.
That pass delivered to where Valanciunas could get into his shooting rhythm right off the catch.
Bryant, a screen on Levine. Here's Halliburton. Kicks it out to Bryant. Levine against Halliburton. Bryant. Siakam outside. Indiana needs to get a shot off. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. Third quarter of basketball here. A little under 3.5 minutes gone by. Here's Levine. Levine! Such an explosive first step.
Levine showing you great speed down the lane. He really accelerates. It's hard to stay in front of him if he's your assignment.
Pass to Toppin. No good from outside. For Sacramento, they've gotten 5 of 8 shots to go in the third. Here's Murray. And he banks in the layup. Murray's got 8.
Keeping pace here. That's an excellent move inside.
Now here's Toppin to the paint. Here's Bryant. And then Bryant with the dunk.
Back to the basics. Unleashing the one-hand flush.
Boy, he makes the basics look pretty outstanding, though, huh?
That's true.
I'd suggest that he stay with those basics because we've got a tight one here tonight.
Outside Mathurin. There's 37 seconds left in the third quarter. Bryant, the pass to Siakam. Doesn't go that time. Great D that time from Murray. Sacramento has gone 1 of 2 shooting from the perimeter since halftime. Pass to Valanciunas. Comes up empty down low. Boy, this offense has been dynamic and diversified.
Just everyone sharing the ball and sharing the load makes you difficult to defend.
Halliburton outside. And here's Bryant outside. He got it up in time, but it would not fall for him. And we wrap up the third, and it looks like it's going to be an exciting fourth. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
For me, next to the big-time alley-oops and monster throwdowns, passes like that are probably the next best thing when it comes to sweet-looking NBA highlights.
Well, what a terrific game it's been so far. With this fourth quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. Toppin at the 4 and Turner at the 5. And it's Siakam in at the 3. So that's the group out there for Indiana. Pass to Valanciunas. That drops. And it comes off an assist from Levine. Levine's got assist number 8 here already in the game. And a breakdown here, guys, of the hustle stats for the Kings.
really a great job in this one, forcing the issue defensively. Great quickness and discipline combined, making ball handlers very uncomfortable.
Yeah, one thing I think they should continue doing is attacking the break. Because right now, this defense has no answer for them when they do this.
Good job that time by Halliburton to get some help with the screen and then got a shot right off of the pick.
Valanciunas, good.
In crunch time, trying to get the foul, the bucket, or both.
Levine against Halliburton. To the wing, right side. Now here's Toppin. He's covered closely. Rebound by Sacramento. Lyles has got 4 rebounds in the game. Here's Valanciunas. And that's an intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
Here's Levine for 3.
Well, Halliburton can be a pesky defender now. He's got quick feet, he's got length, and he's got want to, the desire to defend.
Pass to Turner. Launches a 3. Nails it from 3.
Cool, calm, and collected at a critical juncture in this game.
Valanciunas passes to Lyles. Back to Valanciunas. The rebound by Turner. Turner's got 8 rebounds in the game. Halliburton drives. Nembhard outside. Siakam left side. Pass to Turner to take the lead. It's good. And give the assist to Siakam. Siakam's got 3 assists now in this one.
Turner stepping up big, showing you some composure and leadership there.
Here's Ellis. Here's the 3. The rebound by Turner. Turner's got 9 rebounds in the game. Boy, he's getting it done. Siakam outside. 1:52 left in the 4th. Pass to Turner. Good. And that makes him 6 for 9. A quality game for him so far.
Boy, so dominant once he catches fire. Got to respect Turner's ability to score the ball in a lot of ways.
They get it back. Valanciunas. Outside for Levine. And he was camped in the lane there. He gets a 3-second call. Over 3.5 minutes through the final quarter now. Halliburton outside. Down low. Nembhard outside. Shot clock at 6. Back to Turner. Halliburton outside. And they'll turn it over. Couldn't get the shot off. A shot clock violation. Kings trail by 4. Levine surveys the D with the drive. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. It's going to be on Tyrese Halliburton.
Lightning move off the dribble. No one can slide over in time. He beat the help. Results in Levine getting free throws.
Both free throws good from Levine.
Just so reliable at the line. There was never a doubt that those were money.
Nembhard outside. There's 47 seconds left in the final quarter. Siakam outside. Clock at 6. Pass to Turner. He connects!
Great to see guys who don't back down under pressure.
Cool, calm, collected, and confident in the biggest moment of the game. Yes.
Levine passes to Murray. They grab their own miss. Outside for Levine. And it's going to be a 3-second call. 27 seconds left in the game. A chance here to possibly put the game away.
They have to remain focused to get it done.
15 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter. Just 5 to shoot. Halliburton with the ball.
And he's doing things on the glass tonight that we don't often see.
Boy, he has put in some major work. He's earning his pay, for sure.
And so it's the Pacers who come out on top here. Boy, a hard...
And a glimpse inside the locker room. Players' final few moments to greetings, everyone. Welcome to 2K. And on paper, Greg, this might seem like a potential blowout, but anything can happen in this NBA.
Kevin, we see upsets happen all the time. It's what makes the sport great. You can't take any team or game for granted.
Let's check out Indiana's starting lineup. Halliburton in the backcourt. Nembhard to his side. Siakam is the 4, and he'll be next to Turner at the 5. And it's Toppin in at the 3 spot. Now, here is O'Neal. Following the miss by Pascal Siakam. And the foul on Obi Toppin. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
And here's KD for 3. Nembhard grabs the board. And he's going up for the alley-oop. KD on the wing. He's covered by Halliburton. And always hovering around the 50, 40, 90 mark, Kevin Durant is both prolific and Greg efficient.
And Kevin, you want to talk about guys in this league who make winning plays time and time again? KD is right at the top of that list.
The shot by Beal, no good.
Great rim protection to prevent him from converting. Beautiful.
Halliburton passes to Siakam. And Siakam throws it down.
Well, Pascal Siakam has the ability to play on the inside and score with that length.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Mike Budenholzer and I got a chance to talk for a bit. Now, we spoke about the problems that Pascal Siakam brings to the so good with room to operate. We need to find him in transition and take away space when he has the ball. Of course, that's easier said than done. Kevin, back to you.
All right, thank you, David. A nice shot by Booker.
Now, part of that is recognizing the spacing, and Booker's so good at finishing on the break.
And there's the call on Devin Booker. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
And here are the Pacers now. Toppin dishes to Turner. Indiana moving it around. Pass to Nembhard. 6 on the shot clock. Turner with a screen on Beal. Nembhard. And so Indiana again turning it over. Here in the first, just under 2.5 minutes played so far. Booker against Halliburton. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
First personal foul.
And Doris, one guy who rarely has an off night, Devin Booker.
He has been the model of consistent excellence, Kevin. This guy's so efficient, so productive, all about winning. I am not sure Devin Booker gets the credit he deserves for the level he's at every night.
Stolen by O'Neal. And the dunk by O'Neal.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
At the end of the day, though, it's 2 points. Don't hang your heads. Let's get refocused and play with more patience.
2 minutes
Here's
remaining in the
Halliburton,
first. 2 minutes.
following the score by Phoenix. That's tipped. O'Neal outside to the paint. And he takes the fantastic lead pass up strong for the slam.
And he can do a lot more damage to the rim than that when he wants to.
Oh, you're right. When with the lead they're enjoying, I'm surprised he didn't put a little something extra on that one. Now, here's Halliburton. Still yet to score. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Here's Turner. And no good. The dry spell continuing for him. O'Neal a screen on Halliburton. Here's Beal. Drives to the hoop. The big challenge in Beal's career, Doris, has been staying consistently healthy.
There's no question about it, Kevin, because you never have doubted the talent. I mean, Bradley Beal is a 3-2 player. He came into the league as an elite shooter, but now has become incredibly good with the basketball in his hand. The good news, he's always been resilient and fought hard to come back as quickly as possible.
The Pacers making a switch here. McConnell's checked in. Pass to Turner. The rebound by Richard.
Well, this is the kind of shot we've come to expect him to make. He's got to be upset with that one.
Beal drives in, and he can't extend the lead to double digits. 2 for 1 opportunity here if they want it.
And no doubt, Kevin, if I'm them, I go for it.
McConnell kicks to Toppin. And a wide open look for Siakam. And once again off the mark by Indiana. And here's Phoenix. They've scored 10 straight. Now here's Durant. No scoring in this one. And yes, it's good.
They've been excellent so far, coming in with a well-balanced attack.
On the offensive end, it feels like they're getting the shots they want, and defensively, they are connected and on a string.
And McConnell gets it to go. 6 seconds left in the first. Just 3 on the clock. It doesn't go for him. And so it's Phoenix holding on to an 8-point lead heading into the break. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And a breakdown here, guys. The hustle stats for the Suns.
Right off the bat, they're going after the ball, looking to jump into the passing lanes and create some steals in transition.
The other thing they've done a great job of so far is getting offense off of their defense, forcing turnovers, then quickly converting.
Deadly backcourt pair of Booker and Beal. Nick Richards out there with O'Neal. And it's Durant in at the 3, the small forward. That's who's out there for Phoenix.
And this is a shot he can definitely make, and the defense not a factor at all.
Craig in the process to bring in all their stars. The Suns don't have a lot of ways to add players in the near future.
Yeah, they don't control their draft picks for the next few years. That was part of the price for Beal and Durant. They'll have to be very shrewd to add rotation pieces to help them win.
He gets that one.
This is where Halliburton can really hurt you, playing with pace, using his speed and transition.
Durant just inside the line. Count it, good.
This guy a tough cover for any defender. Creative and assertive scoring the ball.
Halliburton feeling it out a bit. Turner with a screen for Halliburton. Outside Turner. This one for 3. That falls. Nice feed that time from Halliburton.
Well, you just love how Miles Turner goes right up with it, right? No hesitation, catch and shoot.
And the dunk by O'Neal.
Not the kind of aggressive defense they need to cut into the lead.
Yeah, you have to protect the rim, Greg, a little better.
They're just too slow to react. You can't afford to sleepwalk through possessions. What's going on out there?
And he's an automatic finisher when he gets into that area.
He is, and he picks the simple one-hand stuff to get the 2 points. It's Durant on the wing. A three-pointer, no good.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Toppin, no one around him. And the Pacers, another 3.
3-point field
Wow,
goal.
from the arc, Toppin shoots with real authority. You can tell it's an area of the floor that he's comfortable.
Here's Booker. Here's Richards. And he drops in the layup off the glass. Richards got his second bucket of the game to go.
And the rebound and the follow show you what he is all about. Gritty and determined with the soft touch to match.
Now, here's McConnell. Siakam outside. And it's Durant with the rebound. The Suns have gone 3 of 7 shooting the ball here in the second quarter. So, Doris, when you look at the whole package, is Durant a one-of-a-kind player in your opinion?
Well, we certainly have guys with that size, but this is a player who can literally play every single position on the floor. The size, 7 foot. The ball skills, the shooting, the playmaking, the decision-making. I am not sure we will ever see another Durantula, the great one, Kevin Durant.
Bull. He's checked in for the Suns. Fouled in the act of shooting. Gets the bucket anyway, so a 3-point play chance for him.
2 minutes.
It's going to send Miles Turner to the line. Bradley Beal picks one up. The Pacers shooting their first free throw of the game here.
Yeah, looking over their percentage on the season, I think they will be thrilled with the number in terms of their free throw percentage, 79.
Now here's Booker. Durant finds Beal. Turner against Bull. Back to O'Neal. Beal, the pass to KD. No good on the three. And here are the Pacers now. They're on a 15-6 run. Pass to McConnell. 1:24 left to play in the first half. Here's Siakam. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. It's on Kevin Durant. Well, Doris, before he started playing basketball, Siakam was on the path to priesthood. And there are a lot of GMs in the NBA saying, amen, that he chose basketball.
Kevin, this young man actually attended a seminary and didn't pick up a basketball until he was 16. But even with that, he's built himself into an all-star and a champion. An incredible journey.
Toppin against Durant. Now, here's Toppin. Defense is right there. And Turner kicks to Toppin. And once again off the mark by Indiana. Trying to break that ice cold streak. And the basket is good, and he's got a chance here for one more at the line.
Yeah, this is a testament to how competitive Durant is, able to score against physical defenders.
For Phoenix, they have shot 75% at the line tonight, going 3 for 4.
You've got to appreciate their ability to make free throws, 81% as a team. And those plays can make a difference in a game like this.
Well, you know it's going to fire up, Greg, everybody on that bench.
Well, credit him for going for it, not settling, saying, I'm going to attack.
And so here's Phoenix. The Pacers making the shot. No good from Booker. 15 seconds left in the first half of basketball. Halliburton passes to Siakam. Back to Halliburton. And he lobs it up toward the rim. And Toppin throws it down.
And you can see him give a little nod and then just burst to the rim for the alley-oop slam.
A pair of teammates, Greg, with a terrific feel for each other. And so it's Miles Turner making things happen for Indiana. What a quarter that saw them generate a great comeback effort and are now out in front with momentum behind them. And now we'll send it over to David. Thanks, David. And we'll be back shortly following halftime to get the third quarter underway. We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. You gotta like what Miles Turner, guys, has done in this game.
Yeah, he's been nothing short of a wall at the rim so far in this one, single-handedly providing great rim protection.
If he is in the area, he's going to challenge your shot. He's going to block it, alter it. He's going to have an impact.
On the court right now for the Pacers. Siakam is the 4, and he'll be next to Turner at the 5. Halliburton is out there with T.J. McConnell, and it's Toppin in at the 3. For years, it seemed like the league was going to go smaller, but lately, Greg, it seems like size is back in fashion.
Yeah, I mean, look at the MVP award, right? Centers and Jokic and Embiid winning it recently. Even Giannis, I wouldn't consider him small. And just overall around the NBA, it feels like bigger teams are having more success.
Booker looking around. Bull, a screen on Halliburton. Beal can't hit that one. Excellent defense there from Halliburton. Pass to Siakam. Some nice passing here by Indiana. And it's slammed in by Turner.
Boy, it's really special watching Miles Turner put it all together on the offensive end. He's doing work right now.
Screen by Bull. Here's Booker. Strong finish inside from Booker.
Important points there. Got him on a nice play, getting the ball inside and right to the bucket.
And Tyrese Halliburton, one of the best offensive players in the league, Doris. He is so fun to watch.
Kev, this young man is special, and not only because of the flair and the skill as a passer, the shot-making ability. To me, it's the joy he brings to the game and how that joy lifts his teammates around him.
Toppin passes to Turner with the drive. That one is good again. He's 6 for 8 from the floor with the basket.
Well, how about the quick feet of Miles Turner? His ability to move around the rim makes it hard to stay in front of him.
To the middle. Toppin with the steal. One-on-one here. Here's Halliburton. And Halliburton slams it in.
Well, they weren't going to pass up that chance to get out and run following the steal.
O'Neal is screen on McConnell. Here's Booker. Whoa! Booker playing big inside.
Boy, just tremendous focus from Devin Booker. On the interior, it matters not if he's facing size. Look out.
The shot's good from Halliburton.
And this is what we've come to expect from this guy, right? Not only making a ton of shots, but being efficient while doing so.
Booker the pass to O'Neal. Booker dishes the Bol. The rebound by Turner. Turner's got his 6th rebound on the night. McConnell with it. Now guarded by Booker. Siakam finds Halliburton. A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good. Suns trail by 7. Screen by Bol. Booker in the corner. Inside. Outside for Durant. It's Beal on the wing. O'Neal sets the screen for Beal. With the putback. And O'Neal is right there. O'Neal's got 6 points.
Oh, smooth. Guys, very good job getting himself in close enough that he could just tip it back in.
Well said. Those kind of plays in the offensive glass can tell the story sometimes, can't they? The Suns have gone an even 50% from the floor here in the third quarter. 4 of 8. And the Pacers, Doors, last season trading for Pascal Siakam to complement this hungry team.
And Kevin, it's important in a couple of ways. First of all, he's a 2-time All-Star who's got a championship. The other part of this is Indiana is an equal opportunity offense, so they want to share the basketball. But Pascal brings individual playmaking and shot making, and sometimes that's a must-have in this league.
Pacers leading by 5. Halliburton with it. Now Beal defending. A shot by McConnell, no good. They can trade 2 for 1 here.
Would be the right move, I believe, right now.
KD a screen on Halliburton. Booker right side. Siakam against KD. In the corner, Bol with it. Misses the 3. Indiana's gotten blank from three-point land so far in the third. Still 0 for 3. McConnell with it. Right wing. Shot clock at 5. Halliburton right side. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time.
That is just a careless turnover. You've got to be smarter in those exchanges.
And we've watched 3 so far in this one. Pacers lead by 5. And time to step aside quickly, but we'll be back in no time with the start of the fourth quarter. And a chance right now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feat.
Nothing better than chemistry, right? Working together to create a bucket.
And with 3 quarters behind us, we start the fourth quarter in what is still anybody's ballgame. Deadly backcourt pair of Booker and Beal. Durant is out there with O'Neal. And it's Bol in at the 5 spot. Who's out there for Phoenix?
The very definition of a stretch 4. Toppin is a knockdown shooter, so vital for the spacing to his basketball team.
Durant with it, picked up by Turner. Booker in the corner. Back to KD. Good. A nice assist from Booker.
Kevin Durant is a gifted shot maker. What you can do, I can do better.
Halliburton against Booker. And they call the foul, so a chance at the line for one more coming up.
Yeah, heard the whistle and then kept his focus and able to still knock it down.
Well, certainly with one of the more unique shots in the NBA, Halliburton gets it done.
You know, Kevin, credit to Halliburton and the organizations he's played for, because a lot of them would have changed or tried to rebuild their shot. Halliburton and his organizations knew the shot worked, and he stuck with it, and now he's one of the best shooters at his position.
Beal deciding where to go with it. To the inside. Halliburton with the steal. Toppin against Beal. Here's Toppin. Siakam kicks to Toppin. Siakam sets a screen for Toppin. And almost gets it to go, so he'll shoot two here. It's on Kevin Durant.
I think the value of Pascal Siakam is the skill set on both ends of the floor. He can play multiple positions either end, and he can lift his team in any number of ways.
And when you think back to that Sabonis-Halliburton trade, Doris, it really worked out for both teams.
It's rare, Kevin, that you can talk about a, quote, win-win for both sides. Most trades are a little bit harder to evaluate because they involve more moving pieces. This was a straight-up one-to-one swap with young stars and positional fits for each side.
And so Siakam will bring it up for the Pacers. Here's Turner. That shot, no good. Nice D from Durant. There's O'Neal with the three. Pacers with the rebound. And here is Toppin. It's tipped. And so the ball out of bounds. Beal touched it last.
Active hands from him as he's able to deflect that pass out of bounds.
Well, that's what you call a game of inches. They talk about it in football. We see it right there.
Siakam passes to Turner. Indiana needs to get a shot off.
Well, the reach of Kevin Durant is a big part of what allows him to be a defender at the highest level.
There's Beal with the three. Drains the three-pointer.
Oh, the defense has to stay attached to him on the perimeter.
Here's Halliburton. And it's Devin Booker with the rebound. Suns trail by 7. A drive by Beal. Yep, that one goes in there. Beal's got 5 points now in the quarter.
That's a big-time delivery from Bradley Beal.
Halliburton outside. We've got 1:48 left in the fourth quarter of this one. And Bull pulls it down. The Suns have gone 3 of 5 here in the fourth quarter. Pretty good numbers coming out of the book. And a dunk by Booker.
It's one thing to know your team counts on you to deliver big buckets. It's another to take that responsibility and run with it. Go ahead, Mr. Booker.
Siakam outside. Pass to Halliburton. No good again that time. Phoenix has gotten off 4 3-pointers in the final quarter, and 2 of them have fallen. O'Neal passes the Bull, and that one, good. Now just a 1-point Indiana lead.
Showing he can step up when the team needs him. Bull there with a big basket.
It drops.
So much riding on that shot. What a bucket.
I'll tell you, that changes things, doesn't it? Good job, young fella. What a game.
No good from Booker. And so here is Indiana. They've led by as much as 10. Now Halliburton. Down low. Here's the three. And it's Durant with the rebound.
Points are an absolute must here.
And no time to waste, not at this point in the game.
There's a 4-second difference from the shot clock to the game clock. Siakam against Booker. Pascal Siakam grabs the miss. Got a piece of it. And that'll be Indiana as it goes out of bounds. Pacers retain possession. Now, here's Halliburton. And they commit an intentional foul. It's another one of those so they can get into the penalty.
Yeah, you have to do that, though. You can't just let them dribble the game out.
So a close game sees Indiana take this one. They break the hearts of every fan in the building with a dramatic late victory.
And Kevin, this is the kind of win you have to take a ton of pride in. I mean, they battled.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for tuning in to 2K. Richard, what do you expect to see from this guard matchup?
These guys are lethal one-on-one, but I think the key is to keep their teammates involved, playing unselfish basketball.
And now the Indiana Pacers starters. Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. Siakam at power forward with Turner in at center. And it's Toppin in at the 3. To the paint. Here's Turner. And then Turner with the dunk.
Okay, Miles. Getting aggressive and jamming it in.
Şengün, the screen. Green for 3. Drains the triple.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that just comes down to a lack of effort. The defender has to do a better job fighting through the screen.
Now here's Halliburton. And it's Turner, that time on the assist from Halliburton. Turner's gotten his second bucket.
Hey, when you're as big as a guy like Turner, that's what you're supposed to do. Attack in the painted area.
And out of bounds, the Pacers will take it. Richard, if you look back at the Rockets' history, it's striking how many all-time greats have worn that uniform.
There are so many Hall of Famers: Hakeem Olajuwon, Ralph Sampson, Calvin Murphy, Yao Ming, Elvin Hayes, and that's only to name a few.
Now here's Halliburton from downtown, and Turner with the 3. Turner's got 7.
Gotta be encouraged watching Turner shoot with conviction, realizing his team trusts him to take these fast shots.
And the shot counts. He's fouled, and it's a chance for a 3-point play. That'll put him in Thompson on the line, and they'll give that one to Miles Turner. Houston shooting their first foul shot of the game, and that one misses.
And what I like about Thompson, along with the high-level athleticism, he has a high-level feel for the game. Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Şengün, no good.
And you don't see that every day. Usually he'll convert when he gets that close to the rim.
Halliburton misses from close range. The Rockets have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. And Turner with the block.
An impressive shot blocker. Turner's combination of size and timing on defense is so valuable.
Nembhard makes a fantastic move and nails the shot.
He'll be asking for some lottery numbers later if he keeps knocking down shots like that.
And he got the whistle on the way up, so he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
I like that. I mean, some physical play inside. He's not about to give up any easy baskets.
The line for 2. Thompson.
And no luck at the stripe this time. Second one won't fall. Halliburton on the wing. Brooks defending. Toppin passes to Turner. And then Turner with the dunk.
The assist.
Woo! Defensively, you can't afford to let him get to the rim that easily.
Well, that might be why their deficit is what it is right now.
Yeah, it's going to take better rim protection than that if they're going to climb out of this hole.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Hey, BA, well, the Rockets got a lot more organized with Coach Ime Udoka and their veteran additions, including point guard Fred VanVleet, who said it's just having that poise and presence to slow things down and get guys where they need to be. Rein it in, get some structure, and maximize these guys' potential. BA?
Allie, a great floor general. Thanks for that.
Yeah, looking like a veteran running the screen and roll. Halliburton understands how to break down defenses.
And there's the call on Jalen Green. That's his first foul.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Top it inside. Covered by Smith. Pass to Turner. Shoots it from the corner. It's hauled in by Houston.
That's the shot they wanted. It just didn't fall.
Tough to watch those miss. I'm sure they'll convert the next chance.
And there it is for him.
And one of Green's best attributes is that he doesn't really see contact. He will either go over it or through it.
Since being drafted in 2021, Alperen Şengün has really grown his game, Richard.
Particularly his assist number. That's what impresses me. You can run the offense through the 6'11" Şengün. It's so impressive.
The shot by Nembhard, no good. Rockets trail by 8. Thompson passes to Smith. Brooks outside. There's the triple. Siakam pulls down the board. For Indiana, they've gotten 7 of their 10 shots to fall. Three-pointer, Halliburton, and can't get it. He's now 1 of 3. And Brooks has got the ball here for the Rockets. Inside, here's Şengün. And the call will be against Andrew Nembhard. That's his first foul of the game.
First personal foul. Third team foul.
There's 42 seconds left in the first quarter here. Here's Thompson, and the slam dunk by Thompson.
Thompson's vertical is impressive. I love seeing this young guard rise up and throw it down.
Pass to Toppin. Now Turner. Kicks it out to Siakam. Here's Nembhard. Indiana again missing. The Rockets trail. Smith right side. Brooks from outside. Knocks it down from distance. Ooh, stolen by Smith. And so it's Miles Turner making highlights for Indiana. He had solid production this quarter with scoring and rebounding. All right, stick around. And if you're just joining us, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for Indiana.
So far, they haven't had to force anything. They're swinging the ball around and turning good passing into points.
And the other thing you notice is how determined they've been to get into the paint and get buckets around the rim.
And Indiana looking at who they've got. Siakam at power forward with Turner in its center. Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. And it's Toppin in at the small forward position. Turner finds Halliburton. Back to Turner. Down it goes, and a great assist by Halliburton. Turner's got 13.
And you really want more of this from Turner. We all know how dangerous he is once he finds his rhythm.
Oh, it's stolen by Siakam. Here's Halliburton. And count the basket. He was fouled, and he's going to the line for one more. Grant, you played on some very tight-knit teams. Talk to us about chemistry.
Well, B.A., in some sports, chemistry is not a big issue, but in basketball, it is huge. You have to trust and believe in your teammates, and it has to be a unit, not 5 separate individuals.
And Turner with the block. And we're going to have a jump ball.
Violation. Jump ball.
And he gets it back. Back to Brooks. Thompson with a screen. There's the 3. Houston with another miss.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Toppin outside. 3-pointer. On target from range. Toppin's gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Thompson scanning the floor. Şengün, a screen on Siakam. Thompson passes to Şengün. And no good. The dry spell continues. And one thing that Siakam has always had a knack for, Grant, cutting to the rim and finishing plays.
Yeah, he plays so well when he has space to move. He's just great off the ball, and that fits with any team. His ability to convert at the rim makes his cuts that much better.
Trying to find a spark here.
Yes, indeed. A rough stretch offensively. They could really use a basket.
Smith against Toppin. Siakam, pass to Toppin. Six to shoot. Going inside. Ooh, nice concentration to hit the double clutch layup. Toppin's got 5 points in the quarter.
And I have no clue how he got that one to fall, pulling some magic in the midair and torturing the defense in the process.
Here's Siakam with the slam.
It's just such a long and powerful player. I mean, once Siakam gets inside like this, he's ready to jam.
Green, the pass to Şengün. And it's going to be a goaltending call here, so they will count the bucket.
Yeah, it was just a little late. I mean, he thought he got there, but the ref saw it otherwise.
And here are the Pacers now. It's a 12-2 run here. Good pace. Turner, a screen on Brooks. Here's Halliburton.
2 minutes remaining in the first half.
And the rebound goes to the Rockets. Şengün's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Back to Thompson. Pascal Siakam with a rebound. Indiana leading by 11. And here's Toppin from the arc. Down it goes. And a great assist by Halliburton. Halliburton's got 5 assists in the game. Smith against Toppin. Oh, the dunk by Smith.
Yeah, what an athlete Smith is. Excellent at rising up to punch it home.
And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Brian, Miles Turner, the 11th pick by the Pacers in 2015 for much of his career with the team. He's endured the trade rumors. He said, I've still got PTSD from that, but I wanted to be here in Indy. Then last season, a renegotiation of his contract, giving him an extension and a raise. Brian, he is locked in as their starting center.
Yeah, it would appear so, Allie. Thank you. Indiana on offense. They're on a 17-4 run. And here's Toppin from the arc. The Rockets pull it in. Şengün's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Pass to Smith. On the wing, Brooks. He's guarded by Nembhard to the inside. Şengün. And Şengün throw it down.
Already an intelligent playmaker, Thompson moves the ball well for a rookie.
Right wing. Smith against Toppin. To the middle. Here's Turner. And then Turner with the dunk.
And when defenders are lurking, that bounce pass can be the only way to get it through.
Rockets trail by 14. Here's Thompson. Smith finds Şengün. Three-pointer off the mark. Here's Turner. And then Turner with the dunk.
Can't lose sight of Turner in these situations. You're asking to get burned whenever you do.
Outside for Brooks. And here's Thompson for 3. That shot, no good. And so it's the Indiana Pacers in control with a 16-point advantage heading into the break. The hustle they've shown on defense has been tremendous. All right, Allie, thanks for that. We will see everyone right back after this break, ready for the second half. And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it's been a runaway. Miles Turner really making a difference here.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
We've got Alperon Şengün. Green out there with Dylan Brooks. Then it's Jabari Smith, and it's Thompson in at the 4. And that's the group for Ime Udoka as we begin the second half.
I mean, he can do it all. Shoot, facilitate, great skills for the young Halliburton.
And the whistle on the shot. Got some contact there. Misses the shot, but he'll shoot 2.
No debate there. He got hammered.
It's his first trip to the line. First free throw is good.
The first ever pick out of the G League Ignite, Jalen Green created his own pathway to the NBA, selected 2nd overall in 2021.
Indiana making a switch here. McConnell's checked in. Toppin against Thompson. Toppin left side. Clock at 6. Siakam with a screen on Thompson. Here's Toppin. And a Slam dunk by Toppin.
Now that's how you use the screen right there.
And it leads to a thunderous finish. That was nice.
Yeah, you like the pick to set up the open shot, but when it leads to a dunk, okay, even better, you'll take it.
And the rebound goes to the Rockets. Brooks outside. Smith right side. Tries it from 19. Good on the bucket. Smith's got his second basket of the game.
You know, Smith came into the league as a capable and confident shooter off the catch.
And one guy who's just scratching the surface of his potential, Jabari Smith.
Yeah, he's still very young, still gaining strength, but his upside on both ends is enormous.
Toppin. Smith with the rebound. Rockets trail by 17. Green finds Şengün. The rebound by Nembhard. Indiana's gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup. Smith against Toppin. Takes it inside. Count that one. He's now 5 for 8.
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
That's a great possession. Put your best players in a position to succeed.
And it's out of bounds to the Rockets as Houston retains possession and Indiana with some changes. Johnson, he's checked in for Siakam. Mathurin comes in for Toppin. And it's Jackson in for Nembhard. And that one's good for Brooks.
A throwback wing. Dylan Brooks is very comfortable working down low.
Jackson gets the bucket. And the Pacers lead by 19.
Breakdown for the defenders, and you can't ask for an easier bucket than that.
Brooks against McConnell. Here's Şengün. Outside for Green. Fires for 3. He drops it from range. Green's got 4 points in the quarter.
You can tell Green likes to move quickly. He gets that ball, and he's taking the shot in just a few seconds.
Brooks against McConnell. Down low. Here's Johnson. And the call will be against Alperen Şengün. That's his first foul of the game.
Personal foul. Second team foul.
Walker, the open look. And he hits the jumper for 2.
No hesitation. Nice work by Walker, not overthinking it.
2 minutes remaining.
On the wing, Brooks.
2 minutes.
Green for 3. They get it again. Şengün finds Smith. Pass to Thompson. Inside. And Şengün throw it down.
Nice find by Thompson. Now, good to see him sharing the ball like this.
A minute 35 left in the third. And there's the call on Dylan Brooks. That's his third foul of the game.
Yeah, he tried to gain position, but couldn't quite get there.
Walker for 3. Drills it from deep. Walker's got 5.
You can't sleep on this rookie from beyond the arc. Maybe not Walker's strength, but he will hurt you from deep.
That one's good for 2.
It's nice to see they're not settling for three-pointers. These guys are putting in the work inside.
McConnell with it. Green picks him up. Puts it up from 12. It's rebounded by Şengün. Şengün's got 9 rebounds now. On the attack, Green. Ooh, look at Green taking it to him.
Well, Green can really move. He gets going downhill and slips right by the contact.
McConnell outside. He takes it in. Oh, and Johnson slams it in.
While he's a bit undersized for a 4, he more than makes up for it with his bounce.
Brooks, the pass to Thompson. Releases. Walker pulls down the board.
Hey, look, I'm not going to lie here. That's a shot that he needs to be making. There are no excuses.
There's 21 seconds left in the third. Hits the front of the rim and out. Rockets trail by 17. Three-pointer, Brooks. Walker pulls down the board. McConnell outside to the inside. And so it's Indiana looking in total control with this 17-point advantage as the buzzer sounds. How about the way? And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
He's always near the top of the list for this honor. I mean, passes like these are his specialty.
That is why he is a point guard in this league. He has the elite passing ability, the vision. You need both to play the point guard.
Well, there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. And the Pacers looking at who they've got. They've got Johnson. T.J. McConnell is out there with Jackson. Then there's Walker, and it's Matherin in at the small forward position. Jackson surveying the D on the wing. Matherin lets the three fly. It's hauled in by Houston. Şengün's got 11 rebounds in the game. Brooks from outside. Good, and the assist goes to Şengün.
You gotta at least honor Brooks' three-point shot if you're the defense. I mean, he is more than capable of connecting.
McConnell passes to Johnson. Jackson against Green. Pass to Walker. The three. Hits the three-pointer. And the Pacers lead by 17.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Oh, yeah. That'll do it.
Wow, an emphatic two-handed slam. McConnell's shot is off. And Houston is shooting a nice 50% for the game. Smith passes to Thompson. Uses the glass on the layup.
You see there, Thompson does a good job of sneaking into the lane and finishing.
Here's McConnell. Softly drops in the floater.
The floater is so tough to defend against. Nothing defenders can really do but shake their heads.
And so it's Green who brings up the ball for the Rockets. 15-point game. Brooks outside. Thompson, a screen on McConnell. The three is up. And it's Brooks missing. Indiana's gone 5 of 10 from beyond the three-point line in this game. Pass to Johnson from deep. And the rebound goes to the Rockets. Smith inside. Johnson on him. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair.
And I like to see this from Smith. Pushing the action, not just hanging around the perimeter.
And let's take a moment to get your take, guys, on the scoring so far for Indiana.
Their offense has been a well-oiled machine. They're moving the ball around, playing for one another, and just piling up assists.
Yeah, they've also done a great job of running. Attacking when they get the chance, always a great idea.
And here's McConnell. 6 on the shot clock. And he gets that one.
T.J. McConnell.
If you're just joining us, fourth quarter here. We're just over 2.5 minutes into it.
If you're looking for ways to help your team, that's last on the list.
Not only a terrible shot, but also at the worst possible time. That's just not a good idea.
Johnson against Thompson.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Up top, Johnson. Shoots over Thompson. And the shot falls short that time.
Great contest by the defense, and he's unable to hit that tough fadeaway.
Pass to Smith. Now here's Şengün. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
Personal foul. Second team foul. At the line.
He misses the free throw.
Alperen Şengün. 2 shots.
He's off on the second. Pacers leading by 15. McConnell outside. A little over 3.5 minutes in the books now in this fourth quarter. And so they foul intentionally.
Dylan Brooks. 4th personal foul. First team foul.
We've got 1:23 left in the final quarter. McConnell against Brooks. Shot clock at 5. McConnell passes to Johnson.
They came out and had a statement win with their performance tonight. A fantastic effort to get it done here for the Pacers.
And they got a huge boost from their reserves tonight.
Yeah, the point differential between the two benches was a deciding factor in this game.
And even the opposing fans can't deny this was a sensational game from Miles Turner.
We certainly got to see his best effort on offense, attacking the defense without fear and grabbing a lot of buckets.
There's 45 seconds left to play in the fourth. McConnell against Brooks. From the arc. McConnell's shot is off. Fantastic ball movement for them tonight.
And things are definitely working offensively. A balanced attack is just so much harder to defend.
27 seconds left in the fourth. Indiana on offense. Earlier in the game, they led by 19. From deep, Johnson. It's rebounded by Houston. Here's Thompson. Yes, and it's Şengün picking up the assist. There's 10 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. Here's McConnell. So Indiana wins it. Just a gutsy performance on them. Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. And that'll do it, folks. For Richard Jefferson, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson.
2K Sports brings you the NBA on a Friday afternoon. We've got some great guards going head-to-head in this one. Brent, what will you keep your eye on in that matchup?
Well, Kevin, you're pointing out the guard play, so this is when they have a chance to go one-on-one. Which of these tandems can stand out against the other? Tons of pick and roll, tons of creativity, and we'll see which of these guys can pair off tonight to win this contest.
Let's check out Indiana's starting lineup. Halliburton in the backcourt, Nembhard to his side. Siakam is the 4, and he'll be next to Turner at the 5. And it's Toppin in at the 3. Now here's Turner. Jonas Valanciunas unable to get his shot to go. Siakam finds Turner. 4 on the clock. Halliburton passes to Turner. It's stolen by Valanciunas. Deep 2 from Murray. It's good from the top of the key.
The coach is always wanting assisted buckets, especially from bigs like Valanciunas. It's a sign your offense is running well.
Now, here's Toppin. And that one, good.
Really well done there. Just confident and composed, never in a hurry.
Well, Brent, last season was disappointing for the Kings after being eliminated in the play-in.
Yeah, a little bit of regression. They did have some key injuries to some guys in the stretch of the season that was vital for them to make the playoff push. But I think it helped them realize just how fun the playoffs are and just how hard it is to get back there. And maybe in this offseason they come back a little bit more focused, knowing how loaded the Western Conference is. I don't think the defense does enough out there to bother him. I think that one's all on him. Just a flat-out miss.
And a missed layup. Pacers have gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. Getting the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Hey, Kevin. Well, Sacramento's head coach gave me a few minutes. We talked about the challenge of game planning for Tyrese Halliburton. The coach said we have to stay in front of him. The second he gets a step on us, that's when it's kind of pick your poison with him. If guys stay in front of him, I think we should be fine. Back to you.
Thank you, David. Here's Halliburton following the score by DeMar DeRozan. Halliburton plays it up and brings it in.
Defense doing their best to put Halliburton off balance, but he stays flexible, kind of warps around the defense and adjusts to the contact.
And it's sent back by Turner. Here's Toppin. Crowder with the steal. And now Crowder running the floor all by himself. That one goes in.
And you can't forget about Jay out there in transition and getting to the right spot on the floor.
Halliburton against Levine. Out to Turner. A second chance effort. Rebound by the Kings. Right side Levine. The kick out to Crowder. And that comes off the assist by Levine. Crowder's got 5 points so far.
Just get yourself into the right spot. Crowder waits for that one to knock it down.
Murray against Siakam. The shot goes in. First shot, first basket.
Uncovered at the rim, finding cracks in the defense here early on.
Just really smart basketball and exploiting whatever holes that he's seeing right now in the defensive squad.
Pacers trail by 3. Halliburton passes to Nembhard. Toppin with it. Siakam a screen on Crowder. Toppin kicks to Turner. Halliburton on the wing. Nice move. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
First personal foul.
Savvy move by Halliburton. Sees opportunities so quickly for a young player.
The Pacers shooting their first free throws of this.
Taking 2 shots.
Halliburton hits them both.
Now you can tell he's feeling confident right now at the line, and when he's on, he can be lights out.
Outside, Levine. Murray right side. And the shot goes down. Murray's got his second bucket.
And look at the inside presence already for Murray. It'll be fun to watch this young man grow.
And it's slammed in by Turner.
Can't talk enough about the subtleties in that setup right there. The assist, really the key to that entire sequence.
Murray, no good.
Not a bad shot from the mid-range. The D's giving it to him, and he's usually got an eye in that kind of range.
Turner finds Nemhard. Back to Turner. And it's slammed in by Turner.
Hard to stop Turner in close. As soon as he has prime positioning, he is going for the slam.
Now 8 seconds separating the two clocks. Here's Valanciunas. And the dunk by Valanciunas.
Pushing the action, getting others involved. He does it time and time again.
Nice to play with a point guard that takes pride in playmaking. It makes you move around just a little bit faster to get open spots.
And nice work off the pass. I like Levine's catch-and-shoot mindset tonight.
Now, here's Halliburton. Here's the floater. And stolen by Murray. The scoring fast and furious as we end the first quarter. The Kings on top. They're up by 4. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. And breaking down some numbers here, the hustle stats for the Kings.
I mean, they've come out aggressive defensively, getting into them and coming up with some cookies along the way.
Well, they really cashed in on the break. I mean, it feels like they're hungry to get out, they're hungry to run, and they're not passing up any chances to leak out and score.
Zach LaVine is out there with DeRozan. Then it's Jay Crowder. Then there's Jonas Valanciunas, and it's Murray in at the 4-man position. So that's the 5 in the game for Sacramento. Valanciunas. And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call.
Indiana ball.
Pacers trail by 4. Between rebounding, interior scoring, and he shoots the 3. Brent, there's a lot to like about Jonas Valanciunas.
Yeah, Valanciunas has done a really good job of growing his game, Kevin, in today's game. I mean, the modern NBA have shooting bigs. JV has stepped out and proves that he can hit shots from the top of the key, but it's still that grinding, tough, physical play that you want on a nightly basis, and he gives it to you.
And DeRozan kicks to Valanciunas. Another shot. And it's laid up and in by DeRozan. DeRozan's got the opening basket here in the second quarter for Sacramento. Halliburton against LaVine. Right side Turner. Pass to Nemhard. Toppin against Crowder. Toppin passes to Siakam. No one near Turner as he lets it go. That 3 off the mark. Here's DeRozan. Good work defensively by Turner. Pacers trail by 6. And now approaching 2 minutes of action here in the second quarter. Whistle blows. Bucket is good. And he'll have a chance at the line to make it a 3-point play.
And you know how hard Turner goes. Has the strength needed to work through the contact and finish.
Brent, would you say the point guard is considered the toughest position to play in basketball?
You know, Kevin, I think there's been a massive shift in what the point guard represents in the NBA game. I mean, how many teams over the past couple of years that have won championships have played with a traditional setup guard? What we're looking at is duos that can dribble, pass, and shoot and devastate defenses.
It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Kevin, the Pacers obviously pushed the fast break. Tyrese Halliburton says the emphasis is getting outlets and running, playing fast. That's a good identity to have. It's a team that people want to play for, and it's a style you don't want to play against. You've got to be ready to play us. Kevin, the idea is for them to wear you down.
They fly, David. Baseline to baseline. They can really go. Here's Valanciunas. And that comes off the assist by LaVine. LaVine's got 6 assists now in the game. On the wing, Turner. And it's slammed in by Turner.
And a big night for Miles Turner so far. Really playing hard, trying to make every possession count.
To the inside.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Inside. Valanciunas. Pascal Siakam grabs the miss. Toppin passes to Turner. Crowder with the steal. And the Kings pushing it up now. Here's Murray. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. In 2023, and Brent, you and I remember this, Keegan Murray set an NBA record with 11 consecutive threes in one game.
What an unbelievable night to witness that kind of consistency and a guy locked in like that. I mean, that's different, and it speaks to Murray's focus. But this guy has so much more to contribute to a team and room to grow. That night was special, Kevin. Great decision from Tyrese Halliburton. Understands when he should look to set up his guy.
Left side, DeRozan. From the arc. Siakam pulls it in. And so Siakam will bring it up for the Pacers. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season. And most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
This is a veteran play call by Halliburton, getting some aid from his teammates instead of trying to do it all by himself.
Levine, good.
It's pretty much not how they want to defend the three-point line. Somebody's got to shadow him out there.
Out to Turner. Toppin passes to Turner. Back to Toppin. Indiana moving it around. Screen by Siakam. 5 on the clock. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. Indiana shooting their 4th and 5th attempts at the free throw line tonight.
And typically a strength of theirs, 79% on the season.
For 2.
And so he's able to get 1 of 2. Sacramento leading by 5. 6-second difference between shot and game clock. And finished off by DeRozan.
In the flush, DeMar getting up.
Halliburton kicks to Siakam. That's good. It's Halliburton with the assist. Siakam's got 5 points so far. Pass to Valanciunas. Wide open look here for Murray. And another 3 for Sacramento.
Nice answer back there. Love to see the competitiveness.
Yeah, both teams finding ways to the three-point line and trying to take advantage from distance.
And so it's the Sacramento Kings heading to the bench with a 7-point lead as we wrap up the quarter. Their lead is where... Thanks so much, Dave, for the great interview. Don't go away, folks. We'll be back for the second half of basketball right after this.
And get ready for the fan half-court shots. Drum roll, please. They're measuring up the shot.
And for those of you just tuning in, thanks for being with us. The second half of this game still to play. You gotta like what Miles Turner, guys, has done in this game.
Really impressed with the shot selection through the first half. Just taking what he can get from the defense.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to the first half. I'm wondering, did he take a low percentage shot? Everything efficient.
Here's who Rick Carlisle starting the second half with. Siakam is the 4, and he'll be next to Turner at the 5. Halliburton in the backcourt, Nembhard to his side. And it's Toppin in at the small forward. Count that one, and the Kings' lead has been cut down to 7 on the bucket from Toppin. Levine feeling it out a bit. Rosen dishes to Valanciunas. Outside for Murray. Back to Valanciunas. Hits the layup after the sweep pump fake to freeze the D. Valanciunas has got the lead up to 9 now for the Kings. Halliburton against Levine. Now, here is Halliburton. He's covered closely, uses the glass to finish the layup.
Halliburton using his length and getting in the lane.
Murray sets a screen for Levine. To the paint. Murray, no good.
Man, I thought he was making that in so close. That's some aggressive defense.
And it's Halliburton penetrating. Goes to the reverse layup and drops it in. Halliburton's got 10 points. Kings leading now by 5. Here's Murray. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
First personal foul.
It's going to be on Siakam.
And this young guy is a handful to deal with. Murray is so skilled at drawing fouls.
Pacers trail by 7. Halliburton outside. And Siakam has it in the corner. To the middle. And it's Turner finishing it off.
They worked hard to get this lead. Can't start giving up easy slams all of a sudden.
Yeah, GA, that's right. And that was easy. Gift wrap for him.
Yeah, we see this all too often. The team gets a huge lead, and then their guard gets let down.
Turner against Valanciunas. To the paint. And Siakam throws it down.
And those are 2 loud points. Siakam flushes it without much effort.
And with an update from the sideline, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks very much. Tyrese Halliburton is a person who's in control. He says, I want to win, so I'm just trying to figure out the right way to do that. Right now, it's get the ball in my hands and just make the right reads. I can facilitate probably better than the majority of people in the league. So that's what I want to do. I want to get my guys involved. Kevin?
He does, doesn't he, David? Every single time. And, David, we thank you for that report.
And I think Valanciunas is Lithuanian for can't miss. I'll have to look that up.
Toppin against Crowder. And there's the defensive 3-second call. This is his second trip to the free throw line.
Indiana ball.
And the technical free throw is good.
And Halliburton, a guy you just continue to see grow game by game, an exceptional talent and a great mind.
Here's Nemhard. No good on the quick 3.
I'm not sure how he finds himself in so much space there. He's kicking himself for whiffing a bit on that one.
Yep, it counts.
Well, nice to see Murray expanding his arsenal a little. Some versatility in his shooting will serve him well.
Down low, Turner, a shake. That falls. Nice feed that time from Halliburton. Turner's got 6 here in this quarter.
And you gotta love the big bucket in the paint in this sort of a grinded-out game.
Valanciunas finds Levine from the wing. And the rebound goes to the Pacers. Turner's got 6 rebounds now in the game. And stolen by Murray. Oh, here we go now. Crowder's got the pass. Great chance. And it'll be Sacramento as it goes out of bounds. The Kings retain possession. DeRozan passes to Crowder. To the inside. It's rebounded by Indiana. Turner's got his 7th rebound here tonight. Halliburton kicks to Toppin. Back to Halliburton. There's 47 seconds left in the third. Count that one, and the Sacramento lead has been cut down to 1 on the bucket from Toppin.
And the coaching staff loving this. Confidence in Obi Toppin's catch-and-shoot game.
No good from Valanciunas. A chance at a 2-for-1 if they want it.
If I'm them, I try it.
And Siakam has it in the corner. No luck that time on the shot that would have put them on top. Inside. Out to DeRozan. Fires from the corner. The rebound by Turner. Turner's got 9 rebounds now tonight. Levine against Halliburton. Turner with a screen on Levine. Halliburton. That shot off. That concludes the third quarter. It continues to be an exciting neck-and-neck game. Kings lead by 1. Live from... And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And he may not be known as a pass-first guy playing out of the two-guard spot, but he shows here that he can dole out an assist or two when he needs to.
Even though the position is called shooting guard, passing part of your responsibilities in today's game.
Well, this has been a great contest so far, and I imagine the fourth quarter could have even more action in store for us. Murray out there with Jay Crowder. Then there's Jonas Valanciunas. Then it's Zach LaVine, and it's DeRozan in at the shooting guard. So that's the 5 in the game for Sacramento. Sacramento's gone 4 of 8 tonight from three-point land, shooting 50% on the three ball here. LaVine kicks to Murray. To the inside, Turner with the steal. Siakam against Murray. Now Toppin. Turner with the screen. Shot clock at 6. Over Valanciunas. The shot by Turner no good. The Kings leading. Valanciunas sets a screen for Murray. Pass to Valanciunas. Throws it down as the official calls the foul. It may be a three-point play. It's going to be on Siakam.
Valanciunas has that grown man strength, fantastic at pushing through contact and finishing.
And so it's Halliburton who brings up the ball for Indiana. Here's Turner. Puts up a 3. Crowder pulls it in. Fast break. Here they come. There's LaVine. And some very quick points for him on that possession. And now a 6-point Kings lead.
What helps LaVine from mid-range? He gets such great lift off the floor.
Just over a minute and a half played here in the fourth. Siakam a screen on LaVine. Down low. And finished off by Siakam.
Leaping ability is off the charts. Not the biggest power forward, but outstanding. Rising up off the ground.
Head's always on a swivel. LaVine making things happen with his passing.
And Turner throws it down.
Go into the rack with energy. Leads the D, afraid to cut him off.
Yeah, gotta chalk that one up to some shaky defending.
There's some ways to get your coach's attention, and that draws the coaching staff's ire.
LaVine, good.
Good touch on the interior. LaVine really crafty at figuring out ways to create space down low.
Halliburton passes to Turner. Now, here's Toppin, defended by Crowder. Siakam sets a screen for Toppin. He can't hit that time. Sacramento leading by 6. Left side, LaVine. Pass to Valanciunas. Outside, DeRozan. Murray sets a screen for DeRozan. Murray finds DeRozan. Here's Valanciunas. Good. And it's DeRozan picking up the assist. Valanciunas has got 7 points for the quarter.
And that's where Jonas is going to do most of his damage. Down low, playing physical, knocking guys around. Well, you make strides to get back in the ball game, but an errant shot like that can definitely cost you any kind of momentum. You have to use better judgment there.
To the paint. Turner with the steal. It's Nembhard on the wing. And the Pacers can't get it to go. The Kings have gotten every shot they've taken so far in the fourth quarter to go in. That's 5 in a row to start the quarter. Here's Valanciunas, and it's sent back by Turner. Halliburton with it. Now defended by LaVine. A shot by Nembhard, no good.
That's a shocker there. Did not expect him to miss from that range. He's got to be shooting close to 60% from there.
To Crowder. Sacramento moving it around. To the middle. Turner with the steal. Siakam deciding where to go with it. Pass to Nembhard. Outside for Halliburton. Siakam. Right side. Clock at 4. Here's Turner. And he banks in the layup.
And answering the bell, Turner with confidence.
And it's Sacramento's ball. So far in the fourth quarter, they've allowed just 6 points. And the foul on Miles Turner. That's his first foul.
First personal foul. Second team foul.
On defense, Indiana. They trail by 6. Down low. Valanciunas with the ball. Back to Levine. Just 5 on the clock. From deep three-point land. Again, the miss by the Kings. And here is Toppin. Pass to Siakam. So the Kings win it, probably a little closer than they would have liked it, but a win nonetheless.
Yeah, but I really got a sense that the fans gave them that emotion.
All right, David, thank you. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. So for David Aldridge.
Thanks for spending your Friday afternoon. And in terms of style of play, these teams are very similar.
Well, Brian, look, there's great shooters on both sides, and it's really tough to stay connected to those guys defensively because of how much they stretch the floor with their incredible shooting range.
Going to put a lot of stress on the defense, these two. And let's take a look at Boston's starting lineup. The star wing pair, it's Brown and Tatum outside. Horford at the 4 with Porzingis at the 5. And it's Holiday in at the point. Here's Lively. That's in there! Davis with the assist!
With all the attention AD draws, if Davis moves the ball, good things will happen.
Here's Tatum. Pass to Porzingis. Out left to the wing. Outside Tatum. This one for 3. And the rebound goes to Dallas. Outside Irving. To the paint. Here's Lively. Nice D from Horford. And it's the Celtics ball. And now just over a minute played here in the first. And it's Porzingis off the drive. Oh, he missed the layup. He had it with the pump fake. The Mavericks have gone 1 for 3 so far. One thing you can say about Boston, Grant, they know how to put a team together.
Yeah, the Celtics' consistency of winning is just impressive, both now and throughout their entire history. They are really the gold standard in this league, and it's mostly because of great draft picks and great trades.
Here's Holiday after the basket by Dallas.
No chance. Davis just too much to handle on the defensive side.
From the inbound. Oh, it's Porzingis with the jam. The Mavericks have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
A bit ago, Jason Kidd and I were able to chat. I asked him, what makes Kristaps Porzingis such a great player? He said, look at him. He's over 7 feet. He's just a huge guy. Kristaps has serious skill on offense, and defensively, that size can really be a factor. He's a two-way problem. It'll be interesting to see how they play him tonight.
Thank you for that, Allie. Now here's Holiday. Here's Brown. Out to Horford. Puts up a 3. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
Nice to have a big man you can count on to hit that shot. Makes the offense much more diverse.
Dinwiddie passes to Washington. Outside for Irving. Back to Dinwiddie. And that's good. His first bucket of the game.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
Now here's Brown. Horford, left side. Pass to Porzingis. The kick to Tatum. And here's Holiday. Here's Porzingis. Checked by Davis.
2 minutes.
Now Horford. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Holiday up top. Goes up with it again. And it's Tatum missing.
Wow. Missed the easy one right there, right at the rim, but came up empty.
And now we've got an intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Just under 3.5 minutes elapsed here in the first quarter. Tatum against Washington. Dinwiddie.
Lockdown defense by Porzingis. When he moves his feet to get in position, his length is unbelievable.
And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That's foul number 2 for him.
I love great defense. Just quick to establish his feet, and he takes the hit.
And you look at Jaylen Brown, Grant. Not many wings have the strength he has.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown could dunk over a brick wall, and he could dunk through a brick wall, too. It's just so hard to move him off his path when he's on his way to the rim.
Tossing a pass to the interior. That's what you want to do. Get into the paint.
Again, the miss by Boston. The Mavericks leading. Inside. Here's Davis. Oh, it's blocked by Porzingis.
Got to be careful shooting around Porzingis. His length is so capable of erasing shots. He's a go-to guy for them because he's that consistent. Time and time again, he delivers.
Now here's Irving. No points so far. Lively with a screen on Holiday. Irving, the pass to Lively. And stolen by Porzingis. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. And finished off by Tatum.
Poor rim. Tatum plays with such an edge.
Lively inside. Working on Porzingis. Back to Lively. And that's out of bounds. Last touch by Washington.
That's a careless pass and a wasted possession. That's just unnecessary.
11 seconds left in the first quarter of the game. And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That's his third foul so far.
Third personal. First team foul. Coming onto the floor for your man. Number 30.
There's 6 seconds left in the first quarter of the game. Just 3 on the clock. Yes, and a nice assist from Dinwiddie.
And you like the balance here. Not just falling in love with the 3-ball.
Stolen by Gafford. Well, a good close contest so far as we finish the first quarter. And getting it going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And for Boston guys, what jumps out to you stat-wise?
Oh, what I love was that first quarter was all about leaking out and capitalizing in transition.
Yeah, they gave the other team no time to breathe. Every time they got the ball, they were off to the races. And you see how effective this aggressive mindset can be.
On the court for the Celtics, second quarter underway. Horford at the 4 with Porzingis at the 5. The star wing pair, it's Brown and Tatum outside. And it's Holiday in at the 1 spot. Shot clock at 6. Irving, that's good.
They keep capturing the lead, then giving it back. We'll see if they can hold on to it this time.
Well, this is why the fans are here. Each team trading blows, increasing the entertainment value.
And the Celtics in possession here. Following the score by Dallas. Horford, a screen on Thompson. Here's Tatum. Nice D from Gafford.
Well, that's the look he wanted, but the defense doing just enough to impact that shot.
To the middle. And the dunk by Gafford.
For a center, he's maybe undersized, but his ability to get in the air to make a play balances that out.
Yeah, just couldn't make the connection, but you appreciate their attempt at moving the ball.
And that's out of bounds. Dallas will keep it.
He was all over that pass. That's a cautionary tale.
Yeah, and you know they're tracking the tips and deflections because that tells you who's affecting the game.
All right, Coach, what are some qualities you're looking for in a lead guard?
Well, look, you want a guy that can make plays, that can control the game. When I first got into the league, people thought about point guards as traditional pass-first guys. But now it means more than that. You want a guy who can make plays, whether it's for himself or for his teammates.
Now here's Brown. Horford, a screen on Thompson. Brown passes to Horford. Back to Brown. Up top, Tatum. Pass to Porzingis. Just 5 on the clock. Late clock. The Celtics got to hurry here. Again, the miss by the Celtics.
Yeah, well, that's a shot the defense is probably going to let him keep taking.
Irving, pass to Davis. Oh, big man slam by the big man Davis.
Yeah, this is how powerful Davis is. Awesome at capitalizing with the dunk.
Grant, we all know how good Kyrie Irving is, but he's especially lethal in the fourth quarter.
And his clutch moments go far beyond his series winner in the 2016 finals. He thrives in high-pressure moments and has done so his whole career.
Now here's Thompson. 5-point lead, biggest of the game. Klay Thompson delivers.
Not just a jump shooter, Thompson is also more than capable of converting inside.
Tatum finds Brown. Holiday with the ball. Pass to Horford.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes.
To stop the drought. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for the Mavericks.
Well, their game plan has been very effective so far. They're working the ball inside, putting constant pressure on the defense.
They've also been quick to set up their teammates, wasting no time making the extra pass for the open look. He's one of the league's best free throw shooting bigs. A performance like this certainly proves it.
Irving, the pass to Davis. Drives to the hoop. And Davis slams it home.
They're really settling into a nice rhythm now, starting to gain the upper hand.
Yeah, you're seeing their offense in a flow. Now it's time for their defense to turn up the heat a little more.
Now here's Brown. Shoots over Dinwiddie. And it's off the back of the rim. No good.
Well, the analytics don't like it, but if the defense is giving it up, I like that shot selection despite the miss.
Yeah, the combo guard Dinwiddie, so good at figuring out when one of his guys is open.
Here's Brown. After the basket by Dallas. And denied. He sends it right off the glass. Irving against Holiday. Takes the three. Hauled in by Brown. Celtics trail by 9. Horford, a screen on Irving. Down low. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
I don't mind that. I mean, they met him at the rim and temporarily prevented the point.
And this will be his 3rd and 4th free throws of the game here. And the 2nd free throw is good. Here's Dinwiddie. 36 seconds left to play in the 2nd quarter. And it's good. 2 points.
There's such a delicate touch on the floater. Dinwiddie enjoys going to this shot when he sees the chance.
Brown passes to Porzingis. And stolen by Irving. And now the Mavs on the run. And Davis slams it home.
This is intelligent basketball. Forcing a turnover and then immediately starting the fast break.
Here's Holiday. Gafford with the block. And it goes out of bounds. That one off Gafford. Here's Tatum. To the wing on the left. Horford for 3. Again, the miss by Boston. Dinwiddie outside. Outside for Irving. And so that brings the first half to a close. The Mavericks on top. They lead by 12. And join us right back here after the break for the start of the 2nd half.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Okay, they're thinking about the shot.
And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly in the second. A fantastic game from Anthony Davis in this one.
I like how they control the tempo and play to his strengths.
Yeah, he's found his spots, been patient with his shot selection, and it's paid off for himself and the team.
They've got Kyrie Irving. Anthony Davis is out there with Daniel Gafford. Then it's Thompson, and it's Dinwiddie in at the shooting guard position. That's Jason Kidd's 5 as we get into the second half. Tatum drills the 3.
You know, this team relies on Tatum hitting those shots, and that's why he's such a high-volume three-point shooter.
You know, Grant, in interviews, Jason Tatum often seems understated and soft-spoken, but that's just him, isn't it?
That's true, B.A. Tatum has a quiet confidence about him. He doesn't feel the need to be loud or act out. He lets his work on the court do all the talking for him.
Tatum passes to Horford. No luck on that one. Nice D from Gafford. The Mavericks lead by 11. To the left wing. Thompson outside. Beyond the arc. Oh, and Clay makes that three look so easy.
And this is Thompson's game. His coaches and teammates love seeing him shoot off the catch.
Holiday passes to Porzingis. Now Horford. Gafford grabs the miss. Gafford's got a rebound number 5 here tonight. Thompson goes up, and the slam dunk by Thompson.
Look at the agility from Klay Thompson. I think that part of his game is underrated.
Tatum against Thompson. To the inside. Porzingis. Got it. Porzingis has got his second basket.
See, now that layup isn't possible without the help of the pick.
Dinwiddie goes in, and Porzingis with the block. Here's Brown, driving to the basket. Oh, he powers right through the defender for the dunk. Draws the foul, too, and he'll go to the line. It's going to be on Anthony Davis. Boston shooting their 5th free throw of the game here. And, Coach, it seems there's a move to cut out some of the cheap fouls in the game. This notion of, if you wouldn't call it on the playground, why do you call it in a game? You'd like to see where it's going?
Yeah, look, there's some times where I think we'd get a better game if the players do what they did in pickup games, Brian, and just called their own fouls. A lot of these cheap fouls would cease to exist. I think there's just got to be a better recognition from referees on what really impacts a play and what doesn't.
Here's Gafford. And the ball out of bounds. The Celtics will have it. Here's Holiday. Third quarter here, and 3 minutes have come off the clock. To the paint. Here's Porzingis. Okay, do it, KP.
Terrific energy at both ends to sustain this run.
Yeah, it's normally the defense that fuels a comeback, but let's see how much they have left in the tank.
Irving finds Thompson. Here's Gafford. Yes, and a nice assist from Thompson. Gafford's got 6.
They're not rolling like they were earlier. The bucket's a little harder to come by.
Horford, a screen on Irving. Down low. And Gafford with the block. On the wing, Thompson, hounded by Tatum. Thompson passes to Gafford. And the dunk by Gafford.
Nice one-handed jam. Simple and effective, B.A.
Hey, with the lead, I'm surprised he didn't come up with something a little more creative. Now here's Tatum. He's got 7. Screen by Horford. No good with the triple. Dallas leading by 10. Thompson passes to Dinwiddie. Here's Davis. AD beasting down low.
Yeah, between his length and touch, Davis is the perfect interior player.
Holiday drives in. And it's good for 2. He's got 5.
Well, that's easy pickings for him. Unless the defense is all over him, he'll take that all day long.
Irving, the pass to Dinwiddie. And there's the call on Al Horford. That's his first foul. Lively, he's checked in for Gafford. The Celtics also with a sub. Fournette's checked in. And so it's Dallas with it. At one point, they led by 16.
Well, he knew he had the size advantage to dominate the defense there. Go right at him.
Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Here's Tatum. Kick out to Brown. The three-pointer off the mark. The Mavericks lead by 12. It's Dinwiddie on the wing. He's covered by Holiday. Dallas shooting their first free throws of this game.
Second team foul.
Free throw good. Dinwiddie. No good on the second free throw. Lively. And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2.
First personal foul.
Dallas shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw shots of the night.
At the line for Dallas. Lively, taking 2 shots.
That one's off. And he sinks the second. 9 seconds left in the third quarter. To the middle. Kick out to Brown. And here at the end of the third, it's a double-digit ball game. Dallas on top, leading by 14. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
Yeah, just shredding the defense with that feed. Zero chance to stop that.
Now that is an elite level dig. What a great pass.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same for the first 3 quarters. And a look at the 5 for the Celtics to start the fourth quarter. Tatum and Horford, the duo at forward. Drew Holiday out there with Jaylen Brown. And it's Porzingis in at the pivot spot, manning the middle.
And this kind of selflessness is great to see. Textbook positioning to draw the charge.
Dallas leading by 16. Now here's Irving. Wing shot on the way. Horford pulls it in. And for Boston, they're shooting 32% for this game. Not what they're hoping for. Puts up a deep 3. And Drew Holiday hits from deep.
For 3.
And here's Dinwiddie. He'll bring it up for the Dallas Mavericks. 60 ticks off the clock here in the fourth. Pass to Thompson. Here's Lively. Great D that time from Porzingis. Celtics trail by 13. Horford, a screen on Dinwiddie. Brown passes to Horford. Porzingis for 3. And the rebound goes to Dallas.
Finding space on the perimeter, but he couldn't capitalize.
Here's Thompson. And good. Coming on the assist by Irving. Irving's got his 7th assist of the game with that last one. Porzingis sets a screen. Tatum passes to Porzingis. 3-pointer. Holiday gets the 3 to fall. Holiday's got 6 points in the quarter.
They are unconscious from outside. And so far, the defense has had no answer.
Look, when the 3 is falling like this, there's not a whole lot you can do defensively.
Oh, great concentration from Irving. He's focused on the rim, not the contact. Love it.
Tatum passes to Porzingis. Outside, Brown. Porzingis with a screen on Dinwiddie. Back to Porzingis. Stolen by Thompson. Outside Davis. Outside Irving. Pass to Dinwiddie. And it's Irving off the drive. Goes up and lays it in nice and easy. And now we'll get a perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for the Mavericks.
Well, they've shown just outstanding effort defensively, and it's resulted in several forced turnovers.
Yeah, another thing they did well defensively, closing out. Inside and outside, their defenders were flying out to shooters.
Dallas leading by 16. Fires from way outside. Davis misses. Boston's gone 2 of 4 from the perimeter here in the fourth quarter. Brown can't hit.
His shot selection's been poor. If I were coaching this team, he'd be sitting next to me.
Davis misses. Celtics trail by 16. Pass to Tatum. 4-3. Oh, Tatum slings it from deep.
Coming down the stretch, they've leaned on the perimeter game.
Well, if you're looking to get points in a hurry as the game clock's running down, that's certainly the way to do it.
On the wing, Davis. The basket's good. Off the assist from Thompson. Davis has got 5 points in the quarter. And, Coach, you've been lauded by some of your former players for your pregame preparation. I've seen it myself in the broadcasting world.
Well, I've also been cursed by some of those players for my pregame walkthroughs, Brian. People thought they were way too long, but I just wanted to be as prepared as possible and was one that always believed I'd rather do too much than too little.
Doing what he can to help shrink the deficit, but it has to be a team effort. And a comfortable win for them here. Game is out of reach. Good performance for the Mavericks.
The coaching staff has to be happy with the way they've limited their turnovers here.
Yeah, BA, that's hashtag facts. Just tremendous patience and self-control.
And we get spoiled sometimes, but we should take a second to appreciate what a sensational performance this has been for Anthony Davis.
Well, that work he's shown on the glass has been spectacular. You love to see that as a coach.
This has to feel good. They gave their fans a show and secured the W.
Yep, the crowd gets to go home feeling good about the win tonight. Their team looked impressive.
About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And he can't get that one. Outside Tatum. Driving in. And the rebound goes to Dallas. Thompson scanning the floor. And so it's the Mavericks taking care of business in this one. Well, this might not have been the most competitive game we've ever seen, but you've got to appreciate their masterful performance.
And I'm sure their fans appreciated it too. We saw the...
All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thanks for that. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Grant Hill.
Welcome, folks. Thanks for tuning in to 2K Sports for the latest presentation of our NBA basketball. And what a matchup we have here in the front court, Gray.
Yeah, each of these teams are anchored by their big men. I think it's going to be physical and highly intensified.
Look at Cleveland's starting group. A lot of length inside. It's Mobley and Allen in the post. Then it's Mitchell. Then it's Max Strus. And it's Jerome in at the 2. Mobley with the rebound. Here's Jerome. Dinwiddie covering. Mobley kicks to Allen. Cleveland moving it around. Pass to Mobley. Good, and it's Mitchell picking up the assist.
And you want more of this from Mitchell. Good to see him moving the ball like that.
With a short break in the action, gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Kevin, Jason Kidd and I talked a few minutes ago. Front of mind tonight, Jared Allen, the outstanding center. They were telling me how Allen does so much out there, particularly on defense. They said Jared is an incredible rim protector, and when he's on the floor, they'll avoid driving the paint. Jared Allen looming large down low, guys.
Okay, David, much appreciated. Here's Dinwiddie. Plays it up and picks it in.
I can't find an excuse for letting Dinwiddie get this positioning inside. I mean, once he has it, you're toast.
Kicks it out to Mitchell. Mobley, a screen on Irving. Pass to Mobley. And Mobley throws it down.
Okay, 2 hands for safety. That's what they say, right?
That's right. He was ultra safe with that dunk, no question.
And he should be. I mean, remove all doubt. Get it down, hard, and simple.
The drive by Thompson. And it's sent back by Mitchell.
And watching Mitchell there, he was just sitting on that one.
And about 2 minutes played here in the first quarter. Davis setting the pick for Irving. Here's Thompson. With 1 second left, 1 on the clock.
The tremendous length of Allen makes him almost inescapable. He has the shooter well covered here.
Mitchell passes to Mobley. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2. That's going to be on Kyrie Irving. It's his first trip to the line.
Evan Mobley, 2 shots.
He misses the free throw.
Wow, what, did he have something in his eye on that shot?
Maybe. Good on the second free throw. Here's Irving. If you're just tuning in, we played about 2.5 minutes here in the first. Here's Gafford. And Gafford throws it down.
Kyrie looking to get others involved. Nice awareness there.
Mitchell with it, defended by Dinwiddie. Here's Jerome. A 3-pointer off the mark. Mavericks have gotten 3 of 8 shots to fall for them here in the first quarter. Irving kicks to Gafford. Thompson inside the line, releases from the wing and drills it.
And Thompson thrives in those catch-and-shoot situations.
Pass to Jerome. Here's Allen. The Cavaliers again can't hit. Mavericks leading by 3. Outside Irving. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here.
Well, Irving takes advantage of any mistakes defenders make, so you've got to recognize how crafty he is.
The Mavericks shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game.
And I think this is a strength of this team. Solid numbers at the line across the board, 77% collectively.
And that's a little better than they did last year from the free throw line.
Mobley with it, picked up by Davis, kept alive. Here's Allen, and it's Allen slamming it down.
Boy, I tell you, this guy just does not quit on the boards. His energy is contagious, especially on the offensive glass.
Irving with the bounce pass, and Gafford throws it down.
Yeah, I mean, maybe could have tried for a more memorable dunk than that one.
And we know he's capable of those memorable ones.
Hey, they've got a nice, comfortable lead here, fellas. Might as well keep it simple. Do it a plain, simple one-hander, just like pound cake.
And there's the call. It's on Spencer Dinwiddie.
First personal foul.
That's his first foul.
I mean, that's a tough break for the D. I mean, he took the hit and drew the whistle.
Yeah, but he was late to get there, so the referee couldn't give him a free pass on that one. How about the hops for a guy that long? Allen enjoying throwing it down like that. Bam!
Pass to Gafford. Davis kicks to Dinwiddie. 6 to shoot. That one, no good. Excellent D there from Allen. Here's Mitchell into the lane. And the rejection by Gafford. Here's Mobley. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Mobley's got 7.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there. Total breakdown from the defense there. I mean, he'll usually take advantage when that's the case.
Textbook feed from Allen, a big man who helps facilitate the offense.
Spurs against Irving. Gafford inside. At the end of one, a closely contested game so far. Mavericks lead by 1. We'll get right back to the action when we And it's been a pretty even game here after 1 quarter of play. All right, we'll take a look now at how the points have been generated so far. A scoring breakdown for the Mavericks.
And guys, I love the movement. Doing a great job of just getting the ball on a string, creating some opportunities.
And, you know, in no time at all, they've also started finding points inside, already taking apart that interior defense.
We've got Davis. Spencer Dinwiddie out there with Irving. Then there's Daniel Gafford. And it's Thompson in at the 3. So that's who Dallas starts the second with. Snatched up. Davis goes back up. Misses the layup.
Boy, that is awesome defense, guys, against a capable finisher. Well done. I'm sure the coaches love that.
Mobley, a screen on Irving. Mobley misses. The Mavericks leading. Thompson passes to Gafford. Jared Allen grabs the miss. Allen's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Oh, he blocked it and deflects off the backboard. On the wing, Thompson. Here in the second quarter with a little over a minute gone. Wants to get it to Gafford and does. The kick out to Irving. Gafford sets the pick for Irving. He lobs up the alley-oop pass. And there's the call on Ty Jerome. That's foul number 2 for him. Derek Lively, he's checked in for Daniel Gafford. Takes a 3. Again, the miss by the Mavericks.
You know, defensively, you just can't afford to give him that much room. They're fortunate that he missed that one.
Mitchell against Dinwiddie. Fires from deep. The Mavericks pull it in.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
To the right side. Davis kicks to Irving. That's in there. Davis with the assist. Irving's got the first basket of the second quarter for Dallas.
They need a bucket in a big way here to regain some confidence.
And the foul called on Anthony Davis. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
2 minutes now played in the second quarter. Allen, a screen on Irving. Inside. Allen passes to Jerome. Screen by Allen. Hey, Clark, no one covers the college game like you. And for new pros, one of the biggest challenges adjusting to life in the NBA and the play itself.
Speed and size, Kevin. I mean, that's where it really starts. You got to be in great condition, but the speed and size of the players at the NBA level is unlike any other basketball you play. Everybody in the NBA is big and athletic, and things are just played and done at a much faster pace.
Jerome passes to Mobley. Here's Jerome. Mobley, a screen on Dinwiddie. Jerome, no good. Mavericks leading by 4. Dinwiddie attacking. That one falls. His second basket of the game. He's now 2 for 3.
And that quick first step of Dinwiddie, very dangerous once he gets a foot advantage on the D.
Here's Mitchell. Pass to Strus. Screen by Allen. From past the arc. Jerome, good. Jerome's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3.
I tell you what, it's almost like stealing to watch how he plays the game from this seat.
Kicks it out to Dinwiddie. There's a screen. Just 5 to shoot. To the paint. Here's Davis. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
First personal foul.
That one on Mobley.
That is textbook. You're talking a pump fake. Well executed that time by Davis. So good at knowing how to use that shot fake effectively.
Off on that one, so he goes 1 for 2 at the line. The Cavaliers trail by 4. Strus passes to Mobley. Back to Strus. To the inside. A nice shot by Mobley. Mobley's got 11.
And guys, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the interior defenders with their work down low.
Outside for Davis. Back to Dinwiddie. And that one falls coming off of Davis's feed. 7 points for Spencer Dinwiddie.
Boy, confident and composed. Dinwiddie did not get nervous pulling up from a different area code that time. He's got in the gym range.
Allen with the screen for Mobley. Fires for 3. Kicks it out to Mitchell. Allen a screen on Dinwiddie. Mitchell wide open. Another 3 for Cleveland.
And Mitchell is a confident scorer, including from downtown.
Dinwiddie passes to Thompson. Back to Dinwiddie. To the middle. Here is Davis. With the teardrop. And a close game so far through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. The Mavericks on top. They lead by 2. And a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge standing by. Thank you, David. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the second half momentarily. And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. Evan Mobley with a strong contribution so far in this one.
Man, he's been running wild on him through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
And you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's got left in the tank. That first half had to take a lot out of it.
Checking out the group for Kenny Atkinson to start the second half. At the forward spot, it's Strus and Mobley. And there's Jared Allen. Then it's Mitchell, and it's Jerome in at the shooting guard. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. When Donovan Mitchell, Greg, is on the floor, he is the offense.
Yeah, and that goes beyond just his ridiculous scoring. It gets overlooked that he's also a skilled passer. So one way or another, Mitchell is finding points out there.
Thompson in the corner. Down low. Dinwiddie surveying the floor. And he spins it one-handed.
Oh, man, he is so shrewd in screen and rolls. Dinwiddie is good at sizing up and analyzing the situation and then making the right decision at the right time.
Here's Allen. Kicks it out to Mitchell. Mobley the pass to Mitchell. Driving to the basket.
And he shows us all what the breakaway rim was invented for.
Can you believe he almost brought the whole thing down by hanging on that long?
Boy, that was a great dunk, and we've got a great game here.
Pass to Jerome. For the lead. And it's Mitchell missing. The Mavericks leading. Dinwiddie outside. Davis setting the pick for Irving. Mobley with the block. Stolen by Thompson. Thompson running the floor.
An impressive athlete. I like seeing Thompson take it inside and drop the hammer.
Dinwiddie with the steal. Fast break, Dallas. On the wing, Irving. 9 points in the game so far. He can't get that one.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that one.
Allen finds Strus. On the wing, Mitchell. Dinwiddie covering. Allen a screen on Dinwiddie. For three, Mitchell. And Davis pulls it down.
That's excellent defense right there on the perimeter.
Oh, he really broke up that transition opportunity. Looks like it'll be a transition take foul. This will be his third free throw shot of the game.
Kyrie Irving, special. I mean, as skilled a player as you'll ever see when it comes to handling the ball and scoring in close.
A touch over 2.5 minutes of basketball played here in the third quarter. Doesn't go that time. Good D by Mitchell. Here's Jerome. And denied. He sends it right off the glass. And here we go. The Mavericks on a fast break. Pass to Irving. Davis setting the pick for Irving. Up to the right wing.
2 minutes.
Down to 5 on the shot clock. There's the drive. Got him with the pump fake, but couldn't finish. The Cavaliers trail by 4. Jerome passes to Mobley. Allen a screen on Irving. Here's Jerome. Dinwiddie covering. The wide open shot from Strus. And another miss by Cleveland. Mavericks leading by 4. Irving with a clean look. From outside, off the mark.
Nothing seems to be going his way this quarter.
To me, it appears he's starting to lose his composure a little bit. We'll see if he can regroup and get back into a better rhythm.
Count that one from Mobley.
3.
Coming off a big game, his confidence couldn't be higher, and coach knows it.
Showing no signs of slowing or cooling down. They're going to ride him as far as he can take him.
Here's Dinwiddie. Pass to Lively. And finished off by Lively.
Excellent at running the pick and roll. Dinwiddie just taking what he sees as available.
Here's Jerome. He's covered by Irving. Mitchell against Dinwiddie. And Mobley throws it down.
And you could see him give a little nod and then just burst to the rim for the alley-oop slam.
A pair of teammates, Greg, with a terrific feel for each other.
And I tell you what, guys, that's a big play to make it a close game. Potential momentum builder there.
Pass to Lively. Outside for Davis. Lively sends a screen for Davis. The offensive rebound. Tries again. Thompson outside. Davis in the corner. Offline with his 3. To the paint for the lead. No good at the rim. And we just finished the third quarter, and we've got a tight ball game here. Mavericks lead by 1. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
And how about the big fella here showing us he's got some point guard skill here with the tremendous setup.
Hey, that was a high-level pass no matter what position it came from. But it does make it stand out a little more when it's made by the big fella.
3/10 quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the fourth. Kyrie Irving is out there with Spencer Dinwiddie. And there's Davis. And there's Klay Thompson. And it's Gafford in at the center position. That's the lineup in the game for Dallas.
Expert timing by Davis on the block. Right when the ball was at its apex, he got it.
On the wing, Dinwiddie. Covered by Mitchell. On the wing, Mitchell knocks down the three ball.
And got rid of it promptly. Mitchell wasting no time.
Dallas has gone 3 of 6 tonight when they've let it fly from downtown. Pass to Gafford. A little over a minute of the fourth quarter gone right now. Now here's Davis. Gafford sets the pick for Davis. And looks like the illegal pick was set. Yep, that's right. That'll get their attention.
Oh, in a game this snug, you can ill afford to commit those kinds of turnovers.
Cavaliers trailing. Here's Jerome. Inside, Allen.
Hey now! Hey now! Yeah! Allen's got some old school big man in him. He's got great hands and mobility and does a good job finishing above the rim.
Gafford misses.
That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
Mitchell with it. Guarded now by Irving. It's good. Strus has got the lead up to 3 now for the Cavs.
And giving up some inches inside, but makes up for it with an aggressive style.
You know, with that size difference, that's not an easy shot. I mean, I don't care how close to the rim he is, that's a tough shot.
And that's right in his wheelhouse, looking to make an impact when it counts.
You know, they want the ball in his hands here because they trust him to hit all the big shots.
It's tipped. Pass to Mobley. Kicks it out to Allen. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Mobley.
Well, that's a moment he'd like to archive. Embarrassing lapse of judgment there.
The Mavericks have gone 2 of 3 from the field to get the fourth quarter started. Irving passes to Davis. Now Gafford. Dallas moving it around. Irving with it. Now defended by Mitchell. And that one's good, Irving.
How many different ways can Kyrie Irving beat his man? I mean, his array of moves is endless.
Back to Mitchell. Pass to Jerome. To the paint. Here's Allen. Mavericks with the rebound. Around 3 minutes gone here in the fourth quarter. And it's Davis finishing it off.
Poise under pressure to produce at the right time in the big time. AD.
And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the Mavericks.
Well, you know, for me, the passing has been fantastic all night. Everybody loves watching this style of basketball where the ball moves and players move. Coaches, fans, and even us broadcasters can appreciate that kind of action.
And something else that stands out is how efficient they've been from the mid-range, making the most of their opportunities.
Pass to Gafford. The kick out to Irving. Shot clock at 5. Gafford is screen on Mitchell. Irving passes to Gafford. It's rebounded by Cleveland. Allen's got rebound number 15 here tonight. Down low. It's stolen by Davis. And that's an intentional foul.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Over 3.5 minutes through the final quarter now. Irving with the ball. Davis with a screen on Mitchell. Irving with the ball. He's picked up by Mobley. A 3 from Strus. That shot missing. And it's Irving with the ball for the Dallas Mavericks. They lead by 1. Gafford. Another shot. It's in!
Oh, you just love seeing a player with absolutely no fear.
Cool, calm, collected, and confident in the biggest moment of the game? Yes.
Allen, a screen on Dinwiddie. To the inside. It's stolen by Davis. They'll be trying to take as much time off the clock as they can.
Exactly. Expect to see longer possessions from this point on.
Launches a 3. The Cavaliers pull it in.
Looking to tie it up with a big triple.
Don't want to force it, though. Still need to get a quality look.
To the middle. Pass to Jerome. too much time in the lane, they get called for the 3-second violation. Outside Irving. So a close game sees Dallas taking this one. What a show they put on here at home tonight.
I mean, these...
All right, DA, thanks again. And that about wraps it up for Greg Anthony.
And an opportunity for these guys to get loose, find the range. We're almost welcome, sports fans. Here we go. And it's the Mavericks to start out. A look at the 76ers starting group. George out there with Tyrese Maxey. Then it's Joel Embiid. Then it's Andre Drummond. And it's Bona in at the 4. Now here's George. A deep 3. Pass to Embiid. The kick out to Maxey. Stolen by Thompson. It's a one-on-one situation. Irving, that's good.
You simply cannot give Kyrie Irving room to run in the open floor. This guy is a phenomenal transition player.
Fires the 3. Dinwiddie with a rebound. And here's Dinwiddie. He'll bring it up for the Mavericks. Thompson outside. And the basket's good. Off the assist from Dinwiddie.
He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
A bit ago, Jason Kidd and I were able to chat, and the conversation quickly turned to Embiid. Coach said we know he can be unstoppable, but we're hoping to slow him down just a little. Double teams might be a part of that, but I don't want to give away all of our tricks, so it sounds like Joel can expect a lot of defensive pressure tonight.
Allie, thank you. Talking about Tyrese Maxey, Grant, here's a guy who's improved every year.
Yeah, B.A. I mean, from averaging 8 as a rookie to 26 points during his breakout 4th year, Maxey has added to his game every offseason and turned himself into an elite scorer.
Now here's Thompson. Irving a screen on Embiid. And it's Thompson penetrating. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
First personal foul.
It's going to go on Paul George.
Well, the hard-charging approach of Klay Thompson paying dividends with the foul call. Hey, they like to see that kind of aggressiveness. You want to contest this guy's shot, but you absolutely don't want to send him to the line. He will make you pay.
Here's George. And it was still over the rim. Offensive basket interference. For Dallas, they've gone 3 of 4. Off to a nice start. Here's Gafford. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
Well, how about that floor awareness by Spencer Dinwiddie, getting his guys the basketball in great spots.
George, good. The Mavericks have gone 4 of 5 so far. Looking sharp. Gafford with a screen on Maxey. Dinwiddie passes to Gafford. It's stolen by Drummond. Embiid from outside. Oh, he missed it. Making him 1 for 2 now.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it.
Inside. Outside for Irving. 6 to shoot. Pass to Dinwiddie. And here's Thompson for 3. Rebound by the 76ers. About 3 minutes gone in the first quarter. Here's George. Davis with the defensive effort.
Never easy to stop this guy at the rim, but that is a beautiful contest right there.
Dinwiddie gets the bucket.
Well, just tremendous body control by Spencer Dinwiddie, able to adjust to the defender's contact.
Outside Maxey. To the middle. George against Dinwiddie. Let's go with a 3. George, that one's good. George has got 6.
That was from the parking lot. Paul George very assured from distance.
1:19 left in the opening quarter. Here's Irving. Here's Gafford. Oh, a dunk and a foul! A powerhouse move! He's got a chance for 1 more at the line. It's going to go on Andre Drummond. And let's take a moment to get your take, guys, on the scoring so far for the Mavericks.
Well, hey, guys, I mean, can we talk about how unselfish they've been? Just racking up the assist numbers, moving it around with great precision.
I think the other thing they've done a great job of is making their presence felt inside, converting paint opportunities.
Now here's Thompson. 5 points in the game. 50 seconds left in the first quarter. Fires from deep. He's looking good. 2 buckets in 3 attempts.
What a way to begin this game. Dominating at both ends of the floor.
And give them credit for approaching this game with the right energy and intensity. This team has attacked every chance they've gotten.
Here's Thompson. Give him 8. Blocked! Drummond finds George. Nails it from beyond the arc. 9 points in the game.
Paul George's shooting form is just so pretty. This guy has the ability to make shots so easy.
Here's Irving. Pass to Gafford. And the dunk by Gafford.
They're not wasting any time putting their stamp on this game. What a start.
And they've been doing it largely at the offensive end. If the defense does not adjust, this could be a blowout.
Drummond, the screen on Irving. To the inside. And blocked. That one goes careening off the glass. Got it off in time. The first quarter concludes. And the double-digit lead on the scoreboard. The Mavericks on top. They're up by 10. We welcome you back to second quarter action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. And before we move on, what do you guys think about what we've seen from the Mavericks?
The aggressiveness on defense has been infectious. Everyone's come to the party. I love it.
Well, I think they combined great intelligence with great effort, and you can see the results.
They've got Kyrie Irving. Klay Thompson is out there with Davis. Then there's Spencer Dinwiddie, and it's Gafford in at the 5. That's the lineup in the game for Dallas. And the dunk by Gafford.
Well, what he lacks in size for a typical center, he makes up for with all that athleticism. Boy, can he elevate.
Here's George. Rebound collected by Anthony Davis. Davis has got 4 rebounds in the game. Launches it. Offensive board. Gafford passes to Thompson. Second shot opportunity. And it's Bona with a rebound.
Boy, surprised he missed that. The defense just good enough to prevent that bucket.
Here's Maxey. Davis with a rebound. Davis has got rebound number 5 here tonight. And Dinwiddie, here we go. And here's Thompson for 3. Outside for Irving. Lets it go from deep. Sends it home from three-point land. Irving's got 5.
Unbelievable release from Kyrie. Boy, shot ready on the catch.
George's shot is off. Dallas leading by 15. From deep. It's rebounded by Dallas. Davis has got his 7th rebound here tonight. Thompson passes to Gafford. And the dunk by Gafford.
He just rises up and throws it down hard with one hand.
That is such a go-to move for him. He holds nothing back on those. To the right side. Dinwiddie against Maxey. They need this. Here's Drummond. And it's blocked by Davis.
No chance. Davis, just too much to handle on the defensive side.
Philadelphia with another miss. Poke loose. Drummond with the ball. And Davis picks him up defensively. For 3, Maxey. From outside the arc. Another miss by Maxey.
It hasn't been all bad shots for him, but you wouldn't know that looking at his percentage from the field.
Gafford with a screen on Embiid. Lets it fly. Kicks it out to Dinwiddie. Irving looking around. Tries again. Out to Thompson. 3-pointer. Hits the trifecta. He's got 11.
This is what you call a dead-eye three-point perimeter shooter. Klay Thompson doing work.
Embiid from outside. Buries it from 3. Grant, we're starting to see more players throwing alley-oops to themselves off the backboard. Did you ever do that?
In practice, maybe, but although I had some leaping ability early on, I never had the audacity to do it in a real game.
It's Dinwiddie on the wing. Maxey covering. Dinwiddie, no good. 76ers trail by 17. George, a deep three. Dinwiddie with a rebound. Dallas has gone 2 of 4 from the perimeter in the second so far. Lets it fly from 18. Rebound by Philadelphia.
Well, that's a blown defensive coverage, but it doesn't matter. He cannot answer the bell.
Thompson against Maxey. Down low. Here's Davis. Oh, he got him with a pump fake, but he couldn't finish. So it's Philadelphia now. 17-point game. Maxey passes to George. Philadelphia with another miss.
I'll tell you, this has not been his game, and he's making it worse with shot selection like that.
Pass to Thompson. 23 seconds left in the first half. And now the Sixers on the break for 3. Maxey. Klay Thompson pulls down the board. Here's Gafford. And so it's the Dallas Mavericks leading by 17 at the end of the period. Defense is setting the tone. All right, Allie's ready to go. She's court. All right, good stuff, Allie. And we'll get back to the action at the start of the third quarter.
And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drum roll, please. Ooh, they're measuring up the shot.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. And you know, Klay Thompson has been really making it happen, guys.
Yeah, in the first half, he taught a class on how to make your teammates look good.
Doing such a great job of orchestrating this offense. I love the way he has been in complete command of the offense.
Taking a look at Philadelphia. Tyrese Maxey is out there with George. Then it's Andre Drummond. Then there's Kelly Oubre. And it's Bona in at the power forward. Here's Irving. It's hauled in by Oubre. 76ers trail by 17. All right, Doris, Kyrie Irving is a special talent. What's his greatest asset, you think, on the floor?
Oh, PA, this is a tough question. If you ask NBA players, they'll tell you the guy with the best handle historically is Kyrie Irving. But to me, his best attribute, fearlessness, the ability to deliver when it most matters.
And Irving with the basket on the assist by Davis. Irving's got 7 points in the game.
Well, this is one of the best in the league at converting off contact. What body control by Kyrie Irving.
Thompson with a steal. And it's Bona with a rebound. Bona's got a rebound number 5 here tonight. Here's George. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. Doris, we've heard Paul George get a lot of praise from the next generation of NBA talent.
We sure have, and it's easy to see why, Brian. This guy is fundamentally sound. He does a little bit of everything, can shoot with range, can get off the bounce. His game is so polished and smooth, worthy of emulation.
Walker, he's checked in for Tyrese Maxey. George with a steal. Fast break, Philadelphia. Drummond to screen on Dinwiddie. For 3, George. And the jam by Drummond.
This guy is such a tough cover in the pick and roll. Paul George threading the needle perfectly. Excellent pass.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
The NBA is focused on the next generation. Commissioner Adam Silver said a lot of top draft picks are incredibly skilled, but that doesn't necessarily translate to being team basketball players. There's an opportunity for us to be more active participants in developing younger players and getting kids active. BA?
One step ahead, Allie. Thanks. And it's Bona missing. Dallas leading by 15. Now Irving, 7 points in the game. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got 7 rebounds in the game. George's shot is good. George has got 13.
What great body control from the all-star forward. Paul George, so skilled at keeping his composure under pressure.
An open look for Lively. Hits the target from 18 feet. And the Mavericks lead by 15. For Philadelphia, they've gone 2 of 5 in this third quarter.
2 minutes.
Outside Walker. Pass to Drummond. And the rebound goes to Dallas. Davis has got 12 rebounds here tonight. Big time effort. To the paint. And a slam dunk by Lively.
That passing ability complements Irving's scoring so well.
George with it, and Davis picks him up defensively. George with the bucket. George has got 6 points in the quarter.
He's scoring the rock at will, but he needs more help from his teammates.
Dinwiddie against Walker. That's to Lively. Outside for Irving. The 3 is up. That one falls. Coming off Davis' feed. Davis has got 3 assists now in this one. The 3, George sinks it from distance. He's got 18.
There is no doubt in the mind there of Paul George. What an answer.
Irving, the pass to Lively. Back to Irving. Six on the shot clock. What a terrific move that is.
Boy, has a man in his grill, and it doesn't bother Kyrie Irving at all. He performs under duress consistently.
To the middle. Here's Drummond. Excellent D there from Lively. The Mavericks lead by 17. 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. And here's Irving. He's got 12. Misses from short range. George for 3. No good on the buzzer beater. And so it's the Dallas Mavericks looking in total control with this 17-point advantage. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
And when you're the beneficiary of a pass that good, you better deliver, and he did just that.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. They've got Derek Lively, Davis out there with Thompson. Then it's Kyrie Irving, and it's Dinwiddie in at the shooting guard position. That's the lineup out there for the Mavericks.
It's just too easy for Andre Drummond. Gets the inside position and leaves no doubt.
Here's Dinwiddie. Rebound by Philadelphia. Bona's got 6 rebounds in the game. Oubre passes to George. Jacks up a 3. Knocks down the long J. George has got 21.
You've allowed Paul George to lock in and get his rhythm. Now you better start to stop him.
Here's Irving. He's off on that one. Some solid defense from Drummond. George with it. Irving picks him up. Yes, it's good. George has got 14 points now in the second half.
There's no quitting this guy. He just gives you great effort, and he continues to give you great production.
George against Irving. They set the pick. Pass to Lively. The basket drops, and he gets fouled on the shot. One free throw coming his way.
Well, we see a lot of emphasis on three-point shooting nowadays, but you'll take that look right there any night of the week.
76ers trail by 13. George feels it out a bit. Final quarter here, and we're just over a minute and a half through it. Out to Oubre. Second chance effort. And the layup is good by Drummond.
The shot goes up. You've got to put a body on Andre Drummond. This guy's so good off the offensive window.
And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth here. Dinwiddie against Walker. Down low. Dallas needs to get off a shot. Offensive rebound. Kicks it out to Dinwiddie. 4-3. That shot off the mark.
He is too good a shooter, guys, to be left open like that. The defense just dodged a bullet there.
George, no good. Just over 2.5 minutes played now. Final quarter of regulation. Outside Davis. To the left side wing. It's stolen by Oubre. Over Thompson. Oubre can't hit.
Well, it's a make-or-miss league. Sometimes the Jays just don't fall. It wasn't a bad shot.
Lively with it.
2 minutes.
And George with some nice D. Things just don't seem to be clicking for them offensively.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to get back on track.
And it goes out of bounds. That one off Davis. There's a minute 47 left in the game. Here's Drummond. Off the mark. Had a chance there to trim it to single digits. No need to rush here. Take your time.
Take your time. This is where you can reset and try to get a good shot.
Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot two. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the Mavericks.
Yeah, what stood out to me was their passing. They moved the ball effortlessly and have been able to find those holes in the defense.
And the other thing, guys, that they've been very effective at is shooting the long-range jumpers. The defense has been having trouble closing out to them in this game in particular.
A minute 15 left to play in the fourth quarter. Thompson outside. Sinks the tray. And the Mavericks lead by 15.
It looks like it'll be a big win for them here. Time to just cruise to the end of the game and chalk up the victory for the Mavericks.
They had more assists and shot the ball more efficiently. Those things tend to go hand in hand.
And that's so true. Without a doubt, their ball movement was essential to winning this game.
And propelling them to a solid win, it was a night of big plays for Klay Thompson.
Boy, his activity really stood out to me on the defensive end. He harassed ball handlers, came up with steals in transition. You had the feeling guys were looking over their shoulder, worried he was going to pick their pocket.
Walker for three. That one is off. And Dallas with possession. They led the game at 1 point by 20. Walker against Dinwiddie. Five to shoot. Here he goes. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair. It's going to be on Lonnie Walker.
And this is where Spencer Dinwiddie has always been a big-time threat. On the drive, able to absorb the contact.
So Dallas takes this one by a big margin. Even early on in this game, all right, Allie, thank you. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Doris Burke, Allie LaForce, and Grant
And in the locker room, each guy has been going over and welcome everyone. Thanks for tuning in to Jay Carnival. A lopsided matchup tonight in some regards, but everyone loves an underdog.
Yeah, let's not forget, this is the NBA. Anything can happen, and even lower-ranked teams are elite. We could still have a real contest on our hands tonight.
And a look at the starters for the Cavaliers. At the forward spot, it's Strus and Mobley. Then it's Donovan Mitchell. Then there's Allen. And it's Jerome in at the 2. Here's Maxey. After the made shot from Evan Mobley. Drummond finds Maxey. Drummond with a screen on Strus. Here's Maxey. Solid play on the low block, and that one's good.
You see how creative Maxey is, just dissecting the defense with his handles.
Kicks it out to Allen. Back to Mitchell. Inside. Pass to Strus. 5 on the clock. And Philadelphia grabs the miss.
And you know, guys, with Embiid on the floor, it's not just about his individual play. He changes everything for everyone on that team. That's how dominant he is. It's not just statistics. His presence alone propels them.
Now here's Allen. Rebound by Joel Embiid. No one near Maxey as he lets it fly. That's good, and it's Embiid with the assist.
So locked in from range, Maxey almost makes it look effortless.
Mobley sets the pick for Mitchell. Back to Mobley. Tries to save it. Here's Bona. A shot by George, wide open. Another 3 for Philadelphia.
And George is a phenomenal catch-and-shoot player. Measuring the shot before receiving the pass, you can't guard that.
Allen finds Mobley. And they get it. And the bank shot is good. Mobley's got his second basket.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
And just under 2.5 minutes elapsed here in the first. Pass to Jerome. Fires the 3. It's Drummond with the rebound.
And he might have thrown himself off when he saw how much space he had from 3.
And shot on the way. Again, Philadelphia.
And got to be confident in that mid-range. And Paul George certainly is.
Over to the wing. Cleveland moving the ball around. And here we go. Here's Bona. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
That's his first.
Really the right play defensively. If you can't block, force him to the line.
At the line for 2.
He hits the second from the line. And Nick Nurse, Greg, the 26th head coach in 76ers franchise history.
And Kevin, known for his creativity and that outside-the-box thinking, I think it's a good fit with this forward-thinking front office.
Now, here's Mobley. Nobody near Allen. Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
Not known as a quick shooter, but Allen shows what he's got there.
Philadelphia leading by 6. Down low, here's Drummond, and it's Drummond with the jam.
Taking it to the rack with power.
Hammering down the two-hand slam. Steps back. Allen against Drummond. Allen shot is off.
Had enough room to finish, and that's one he'll usually make.
Here's George. Oh, and he plucks it off the glass. Wow. Pass to Mobley. Kicks it out to Allen. From deep. Andre Drummond grabs the miss. The 76ers have gone 6 of 10 from the field in this ballgame. A nice shot by George.
I like their focus coming in. Terrific execution so far.
Couldn't come up with a much better start than this. They just have to keep it going.
Here's Jerome. still without a basket. The Cavaliers shooting their initial free throws of the game right here.
First team foul.
First free throw is good.
At the line for the Cavaliers, Ty Jerome.
And that's good as he hits both of his shots.
For a star like him, you get lots of opportunities at the line, and he's great at cashing them in.
And they double up Embiid. And Embiid throws it down.
And they have owned the paint so far, and the score reflects it.
It also allows them to play inside out, which will make them even more difficult to defend.
Love to see him inside passing like this, as well as guys being on the same page.
Maxey passes to Drummond. Back to Maxey. Lets the three fly. It's rebounded by Cleveland. Mitchell right side. And stolen by Maxey. To the paint. And it's George finishing it off.
Their play on both ends has been superb. We'll see if they can maintain the momentum.
They came out and bum rushed them. Huge difference in activity level from both teams tonight.
The first quarter concludes in a double-digit lead on the scoreboard. Philadelphia ahead. They lead. And glad to have you with us, folks. Second quarter of basketball. This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
Showing their energy so far, sprinting up and down the floor, getting out in transition, and taking advantage.
And they're making their own luck with how hard they're playing, forcing turnovers and turning that into offense.
On the court for Cleveland, a loaded backcourt. It's Garland and Mitchell. A lot of length inside. It's Mobley and Allen in the post. And it's Strus in at the three spot. This is his first free throw of the game. GA, you look how Garland can create for himself. Very good off the catch or the bounce.
So deadly off of those high pick and rolls because he can dribble into that three. A playmaker that can do that is a headache. Garland knows how to create that space and get his look.
Strus in the corner. Garland with it. Now defended by Embiid. Mobley a screen on Embiid. Garland kicks to Strus. Puts it up from 17. It's Drummond with the rebound. Drummond's got 4 rebounds in this game. Here's George driving the lane, and George with the stuff.
Punishing the rim there. When George makes up his mind he's going to dunk it, there is not much you can do.
A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, thanks. At this point in his career, Paul George says he's in bully mode. He said, every night I'm on the floor, I'm there to dominate. Whether it's being more physical or going right at whoever I got to go at, you're going to feel me. I'm having that approach every time. I'm there to destroy you. Kevin?
Wow. Love it, though, D.A. Got to admit it. Awful powerful. Thank you.
Oh, going inside and fighting for the bucket. That's what you want. You want a person that's going to fight for those inches.
And here's Strus for 3. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound.
Just enough coverage to bother that three-point attempt.
Not watching the line there. That'll be a backcourt violation. George against Garland. Kicks it out to Mitchell. That's good, and it's Garland with the assist. Mitchell's got himself on the board with 3 there.
Hitting that shot helps loosen the driving lanes a little, and we know Mitchell only needs a crack of daylight.
Drummond dishes to George. And the bucket is good. 3-point play chance here for him. And awards now have a minimum amount of games needed to qualify. An interesting twist in this whole story.
Yeah, and it seems logical because of the uproar from the fans and the media that they implement this. And how can you be that impactful in reality, though, if you only play half the year?
And the shot goes in.
It is not an easy thing to body up to Mitchell. He is built like an absolute brick.
And Darius Garland picks up the foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
Yeah, clearly he hadn't established position there.
Glad we got the chance to see that remarkable rejection.
And guys, they'll think twice about attempting that shot again. That was a big-time rejection.
Offensive rebound. Here's Drummond shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
That's his first personal
It's on Jared Allen.
I think of Andre Drummond as a big man's big man. He's a steadfast presence in the paint who really focuses on owning the backboard and attacking the rim.
Strus passes to Allen. Back to Strus. Allen, a screen on Embiid. And the rejection by Embiid.
Yeah, defensively, Embiid can take over a game with his reach. Big block from him there.
Just 5 on the clock. Garland, that's for 2. Rebound by the 76ers. Drummond's got his 7th rebound here tonight.
2 minutes remaining in the first half.
On the wing, George. Guarded by Garland. The Cavaliers trail by 14. For 3, Mitchell hits the 3-point bomb. Mitchell's got 8 points here in this quarter.
Okay, this is what he does. Mitchell, he's got a scorer's mindset full on.
George against Garland. And that one's good. George has got 21.
When you allow good scorers to get uncontested shots at the rim, no wonder you're losing.
That's a great possession. Put your best players in a position to succeed.
There's Garland, and again it's Cleveland.
You gotta be right on Garland from that mid-range spot because he is lethal from there.
Here's Drummond. Nice pass. Led him to the rack perfectly for the layup. Drummond's got 8 points.
And they've repeatedly probed inside in the first half, guys, and it's paid off.
Philadelphia leading by 13. Maxey kicks to Drummond. Here's George. Jared Allen grabs the miss. Allen's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Here's Strus. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. Drummond's got 8 rebounds in this game. Here's Maxey. That falls. Nice speed that time from George. George has got 3 assists in the game. About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. Garland, it's deflected. George against Mobley. Fires the 3. Here's Drummond. Takes it off the glass. Drummond's got 6 in the quarter.
Pursues the offensive glass with purpose. Drummond knows who he is, and boy, does he attack it.
Kicks it out to Garland. Paul George, he's been the guy making things happen for the Philadelphia 76ers. It's been an excellent. Thank you, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of action following halftime.
24. Fans, please turn your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drum roll. They're thinking about the shot.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. You look at Paul George in this game, guys, he's been everywhere.
And the way that he has helped out with the ball movement has been a difference maker early on.
And it's a role we don't always see him in, but he's done a great job tonight getting the rest of his team involved.
We've got Maxey. Also, George out there. Joel Embiid out there with Andre Drummond. And it's Bona in at the 4. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia. Here's Allen. And it's Bona with the rebound. Bona's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Here's George. He takes it in. Oh, and it looks like that's going to be a goaltending call. Yep, that's it. So they'll get the basket.
That's a very close call. I'm sure he thinks it's a clean block, but looks like it was on the way down.
Strus kicks to Garland. And it's Paul George with the foul. And that'll be his third foul so far.
That's his third personal foul. First team foul.
Garland against George. Allen for three. It's Drummond with the rebound. Philadelphia leading by 20. Pass to Embiid. To the inside. And Andre Drummond, the bucket on the assist by Embiid. Drummond's got 12 points in the game. With the league's 65-game rule, Joel Embiid might have trouble making another All-NBA team.
Yeah, he's only reached that 65-game mark twice in his career. But he's still a lock to make the Hall of Fame, Kevin, because of how dominant he is when he plays. And look, he's already got an MVP.
Mobley sets the pick for Strus. Off the mark there with the three-point shot.
And the well is running dry for him right now. Nothing falling.
Yeah, and the risk now is that he gets inside his own head. Time to take deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, and let the game come to you.
This team has handed a lot of responsibility to Tyrese Maxey, but Greg, he's lived up to it.
And has grown very well into his role with the team, shown that he can be a scorer all over the floor. Amazing to think how far he's come in such a short amount of time.
The Cavaliers shooting their fifth free throw of the game here. And he shows the focus there, nails the technical.
And I love watching Garland mature into a leader. And you know what? He is not done yet.
On defense, Philadelphia. In the second half, they've only given up one basket coming from the free throw line. Mobley sets the pick for Garland. The kick out to Mobley. Gets the three-pointer to fall. 7 points in the game.
Oh, Mobley. Okay, I see you showing off that shooting ability.
Pass to Embiid. He's looking for Drummond and finds him. Back to Embiid. 76ers moving the ball around. And here we go. Fast break. Mobley's got it. That's good, and it's Garland with the assist. Garland's got 3 assists in the game. The 76ers leading by 18 and stolen by Mobley. And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Thank you, Kevin. The game is certainly going international. Commissioner Adam Silver says, with basketball's exponential growth, it's now truly a global game. We're fortunate that the very best in the world want to play in a single league. And Kevin, the NBA continues to draw talent from all corners of the globe.
And David, you've been all over the globe, and the talent level undeniable. No good with the triple.
I'm shocked that didn't turn into 3 points. I mean, he makes you pay on those nearly every time.
George double-teamed. Pass to Embiid. 5 to shoot. Bucket is good. And the 76ers lead by 20.
I know what they say, defense wins championships, but you need some bucket getters too now.
Allen finds Mobley. From deep. Andre Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got 13 rebounds in the game. Seeded. Embiid with it. And Allen picks him up defensively.
Offensively, defensively, they are in total control.
And guys, to go on a big run, get some breathing space, it has to be a great play on each end.
Mobley is screened. And it's Mitchell missing.
And he's very confident from that range, but you can't make him all.
And there's the call on Evan Mobley.
Evan Mobley.
That's his first foul.
First personal foul. Second team foul.
Drummond sets the screen for George. From 18 feet away, it's rebounded by Cleveland. Allen's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Here's Strus. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line. That one on Embiid.
Yeah, the defender all over.
The Cavaliers have gone 4 for 5 from the charity stripe in this one up to now.
Taking 2.
And the second free throw, good. The 76ers leading by 21. Here's George. Kicks it out to Maxey. Off target from outside. Cleveland's gone into a slump here from three-point range, shooting just 1 of 5 here in the third.
This is Mobley's zone. He's got all the size he needs to dominate this paint.
Garland against George. From deep three-point land, he's off on that one. And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers with a 19-point advantage heading into the next quarter. And there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. And so George will bring it up for Philadelphia. And Cleveland looking at who they've got to start the fourth quarter. A lot of length inside. It's Mobley and Allen in the post. A loaded backcourt. It's Garland and Mitchell. And it's Strus in at the 3. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation.
Costly error there. We'll see how they rebound from that miscue.
Well, they don't have time to dwell on that. They just need to learn from their mistakes and move forward. Next play.
George against Garland. And here's George. Jared Allen grabs the miss.
A shot like that is a polite way to say, hey, coach, bench me.
Not only a terrible shot, but also at the worst possible time. That's just not a good idea.
The Cavaliers trail by 19. The drive by Mitchell. Count the bucket, and he's got a free throw coming up as well.
It's the intensity of Mitchell. Takes the contact and still hits the shot.
And what's your take, guys, in the hustle stats for Philadelphia?
They have found a lot of success in transition, running at every opportunity and getting points before the defense can get set.
And not just that, they're also forcing turnovers at a high rate and taking advantage in transition.
There's the pick. And a deep 3 from George. For 3. Buries the long-range jumper. George has got 26.
And we know George can score from all 3 levels, which is why he's capable of catching fire.
And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
Yeah, easy call.
Second team foul.
And the first one drops.
At the line for the Cavaliers, Jared Allen. 2 shots.
And Allen drops them both.
A pure 5. Jared Allen isn't trying to shoot a bunch of threes. He bangs down low, he rebounds, protects the paint. He is a rare breed.
George from deep three-point land. Jared Allen grabs the miss. Allen's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. There's Garland. A kick out to Mobley. Cleveland moving it around. Back to Mitchell. Clock at 6. Mobley sets the pick for Mitchell. Launches it. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. We're about 2 minutes into the fourth quarter in this one. George, no good. The Cavaliers trail by 17. A kick out to Mobley. There's Garland. Oubre pulls it in.
This is the definition of forcing it. He's trying to get himself going, but taking tough shots just won't do it.
George from deep three-point land. The 76ers again can't hit it. Here's Strus. Good D by Drummond. The 76ers leading by 17. Just over 2.5 minutes played now here in the final quarter of regulation. And a deep three from George. Another miss by Philadelphia. The Cavaliers have gone 1 of 5 from the field here in the fourth. A lot of misses, just the one made. And Mobley throws it down.
And this game belongs to Mobley so far, just doing it all on the offensive end.
2 minutes remaining.
George way outside. Allen with the rebound. Allen's got rebound number 13 for him here tonight. Garland, the pass to Strus. Mobley sets the pick for Strus. And it's Bona with the rebound. Diversified scoring in this one for him.
I love when everyone can get involved, a full team effort.
The Cavaliers trail by 15. Mitchell outside. Mobley a screen on Walker. The shot by Mitchell, no good. 76ers shooting 47% from the floor, getting it done.
And tonight's battle is going to end with a very clear winner, leaving nothing to chance. Impressive win for the 76ers.
This was a very efficient offense tonight.
And they found a way to get their shots to go down. A little luck didn't hurt. A lot of their 50-50 shots fell their way.
And what a tremendous standout performance it was for Paul George.
And he was getting buckets all night long, giving the defense that work.
Garland against George. Connects from three-point range. And the 76ers lead by 16.
And you can sense that these fans, these players, they are ready to celebrate.
It's always nice to perform like this, especially in front of the faithful home crowd.
Garland surveying the D, and right away they match it with a three-pointer of their own. And here's George. He'll bring it up for the Philadelphia 76ers. The biggest lead of the game was 24 points. And here's Cleveland. So far in the fourth quarter, they've allowed just 6 points. Paul George with the steal. So it's the 76ers winning this one easily. A confident win. Thanks so much, David. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. Alongside...
of the crowd.
Well, a lot of people would say that this is a guard-oriented league. I think it's a league of all the positions, but tonight, certainly, whoever can win that guard battle will probably go home with the W.
Certainly the headliner tonight. Here are the 5 for Philadelphia. We've got Paul George. He's out there with Maxey. Kelly Oubre out there with Andre Drummond. And it's Bona in at the 4. George with the bucket.
Yeah, good luck stopping that. When PG is hitting the pull-up with his size and hops, you just got to tip your hat.
Holiday against George. Holiday up top. And Andre Drummond is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul of the game.
Personal foul. First team foul.
Now here's Porzingis. Defense is right there. To the inside. Out to Horford. Clock at 6. There's Tatum with the 3. Drummond grabs the miss. Holiday against George. From deep three-point land. They get the rebound. And stolen by Holiday. Now the Celtics on the move. Ooh, nice D from George.
That's not a bad shot at all. It just didn't go in. Sometimes the process is right, and you still get a bad result.
Puts up a deep 3. Boston with a rebound. Stan, you look at the Celtics, as high-powered as they come offensively.
No question, Brian. They can space the floor at every position, and any one of their starters is able to give you 20 on a given night.
Now here's Oubre. It's George on the wing. And stolen by Holiday. For the finish. And finished off by Tatum.
That's good hustle. Tatum beating several guys up the floor, putting himself in a position to contribute.
That one from long range. George has got 5 points. The Celtics have gone 1 of 5 to start things off.
The officials were right on top of that one.
These are his first free throws of the game.
Second team foul.
And he makes the first.
Just money from the line. Tatum knows the importance of making free throws.
At the line.
And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. For Philadelphia, they've gone 2 for 5 here in the first. George, a deep 3. Philadelphia, the rebound. It's stolen by Holiday. Pass to Brown. Here in the first, just under 2.5 minutes played so far. Tatum passes to Brown. Back to Tatum. Porzingis with a screen on Maxey. Inside. And no good, trying to use the glass.
More often than not, he'll cash it in from that area. The defense might have done just enough to bother him.
George feels it out a bit. Here's Drummond. And he takes it in for the layup off a very nice feed.
Well, if Drummond's going to score, the paint is where it's going to happen.
Porzingis sets a screen. Tatum with it. Oubre picks him up. Back to Tatum.
2 minutes remaining in the first. 2 minutes. Sixers foul. Bona. Second personal foul. Third team foul.
1:58 left in the first. Pass to Horford. Can't connect from short range. The Sixers lead by 3. Left side, Maxey. The 3. Here's the 3. Yes, and it's George picking up the assist.
Ooh, the range of Maxey is pretty impressive. He is consistent from beyond the arc.
Holiday passes to Porzingis. Banked it in off the glass.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
Now here's George. He's got 5. Drummond, the screen on Tatum. For 3, Maxey. And that one's good. That makes him 2 for 3.
He deked the defenders there, and they thought Maxey was going to dish to a big, but instead, he kept it and scored.
Tatum passes to Porzingis. Now here's Tatum. Porzingis finds Tatum. Over Maxey. Tatum, shot is good. Tatum's got 6.
And sometimes you forget how long Tatum is, and he's terrific at using this to his advantage inside.
Here's George. Oh, and the dunk by George!
And this kind of six slam is just one of the reasons this team is in charge of this game right now, B.A.
You know, there's an edge the way they play and a confidence they're not afraid to show. This is his second trip to the line of the game.
Personal foul, 4th team foul.
First one falls for him.
Line for 2, Jason Tatum.
So hits 1 and misses 1 at the line. Philadelphia leading by 6. 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Here's Bona. He's covered by Holiday. Here's George. Here's Bona. And that one's good. A nice job on the glass as they picked up 2 on the second effort.
Relentless effort creates the second chance opportunity.
He gets it up. That misses. Would have counted had it gone. And so it's the Philadelphia 70s. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter of action so far. And looking at what we've seen from Philadelphia, what do you guys think?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious they were well prepared defensively coming in.
KYP, know your personnel. So far, good attention to the scouting report.
Porzingis is the 4 with Horford at the 5. Drew Holiday out there with Jason Tatum. And it's Brown in at the 3. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Celtics. And coach, a perennial all-defense performer, Drew Holiday. Fearsome at that end of the floor in particular.
Yeah, Brian, he's as good a defensive guard as there is. Great size and strength at the point guard spot. You combine that with his IQ and his competitive will, he is a problem on a nightly basis.
Here's Porzingis. Philadelphia getting their last shot to go. Just 4 to shoot. And it's Bona with a rebound. Bona's got 4 rebounds now. For 3, Maxey. It's good. Set up beautifully by George. George has got his 4th assist in this one. Outside, Brown. On the wing, Tatum. Maxey covering. Tatum passes to Horford. Oh, getting it done. Horford gets it to go.
Yeah, the moment Horford has the rock down low, good night. I mean, just too many moves from the vet.
Pass to Drummond. Kicks it to George. Back to Drummond. And out of bounds. Boston will have it. Now approaching 2 minutes of action here in the second. Holiday against George. Philadelphia grabs the miss. Maxey surveys. The baseline J. That one's wide left.
Well, that wasn't a bad shot. Defense playing a little loose there. Sometimes it just doesn't go in.
Holiday passes to Horford. And Horford powers it home.
Look at Horford just rocketing off the floor. Putting the defense on notice with a big dunk.
George outside. To the inside. Drummond. Horford pulls it in. Celtics trail by 6. Left side, Porzingis. Tatum against Maxey. Lets it go from 11. And that one's long. And so it's Maxey who brings up the ball for Philadelphia. It's stolen by Holiday. Fast break. Here come the Celtics. There's Tatum with the 3. Tatum drills the 3.
With his feet set, Tatum's going to make you pay.
Holiday against George. 3-pointer. Can't get it to go. Only 3 for 8.
Well, you can't question his confidence from out there, but it's not falling. Maybe time for a different approach.
Just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul of the game. Looking at lineups around the league, Grant, seems like they're becoming more positionless than ever before.
Yeah, you're spot on, BA. To the point where some people feel all-star voting shouldn't be by position anymore. It should be by merit.
Now here's Brown. Yet to see a basket. Tatum with it. Guarded now by Maxey. Back to Brown. Pass to Holiday. Now Tatum. Outside Holiday. 6 on the shot clock. Blocked! Here's Oubre. They get it back. And he jams it home with authority.
Incredible work right there on the glass. Just doing all he can to extend that lead.
Hey, once you got him on the ropes, keep swinging away.
Yeah, this is the spot where coaches want you to be relentless. Don't even give them a glimpse of it. Well, he can beat you in a lot of ways. Very challenging to defend.
George finds Oubre. Here's Drummond. And Drummond with the jam.
So much force. Easy money for Drummond.
Porzingis sets a screen. Holiday passes to Horford. Left side, Brown. Porzingis with a screen on Oubre. Brown against Oubre. Brown passes to Porzingis. The 17-footer. Rebound by Philadelphia. Drummond's got 7 rebounds in the game.
You'd like to let the clock run and take the final shot.
Yeah, unless it's a gimme, there's no reason to put up an early shot here.
And he comes up with a bucket. Drummond's got 6.
Wow, he really fires up his team with his ability to extend possessions.
And here's Brown for 3. Ooh, he trains the 3. But let's see. They may need to review it.
2 minutes are allowed to review the play.
And hold up. We're not going to halftime just yet. The officials signaling that they are going to take a look at this replay.
While this call may not decide the game, always prefer to get it.
And the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. Sixers ahead, up 3. And don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3.
28.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. And you know, Jason Tatum, he's been really making it happen, guys.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they drew up in the locker room, because you're right. He's the problem right now.
Second half underway. Here's who Nick Nurse has got on the floor. Paul George out there with Tyrese Maxey. Then there's Kelly Oubre. Then it's Andre Drummond. And it's Bona in at the power forward position. Holiday passes to Brown. Now Horford. Drummond defending. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. It's going to go on Andre Drummond.
Heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
Horford hits them both.
And he's shown a great touch at the line. They've tested the big guy, but he's come through.
George outside. Over Holiday. The rebound, Celtics.
It's clear he's totally out of sync. The team needs to rethink its strategy around what to do with him.
And here's Brown for 3. Big hit from outside. Jaylen Brown.
Brown does a nice job of staying ready and making himself a weapon off the ball.
The offensive rebound.
And now that's a momentum builder for sure. So important in a close game.
Look at his teammates here. They love it. Plays like that going to get them going.
Yes, some guys shrink in big moments, and some rise to the occasion.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
And guys, you cannot allow that in a close game. You have to make it harder than that.
The dive for the ball. And the call will be against Jason Tatum. That's his first foul of the game.
First personal foul First team foul.
Here's Maxey. He's got 9. From deep three-point land. From beyond the arc and then some. Maxey's got 12.
I mean, talk about spacing out a defense. Maxey can get to the cup at will and can also hit from well beyond the arc.
Back to Holiday, down low. Here's Brown. And it's Bona with a rebound. Philadelphia has gone only 1 of 3 from deep here in the third. Pass to Maxey. Back to George. And here's Drummond. Outside Maxey. It's George on the wing. 7 points in the game.
Yeah, he's just not himself right now. He's getting decent opportunities like this one, but just failing to convert.
Making sure of it with the two-hand slam, BA.
Yeah, I don't blame him. With the score this tight, you cannot take a chance here. George passes to Maxey. Yes, and it's George picking up the assist. He's got 14.
Sometimes the D likes to get physical with Maxey, but he has no back down in him.
Pass to Porzingis, back to Holiday, and here's Brown for 3, and he drains it. A solid 5 for 6 now.
Just incredible. I mean, he's really making it rain out there, knocking them down one after another.
Well, what I love about his three-point shooting is the spacing that he's adding. It makes things a lot easier for everyone else.
Philadelphia shooting their initial free throws of the game here. Stan, you've coached so many rookies over the years. What are some key things you like to see from a player coming into the league?
Well, look, you've got to have the guy, Brian, that's ready to compete at that level and has to bring that every night. From there, it's just all about learning. There's going to be mistakes, but you want guys who can learn and improve at a consistent rate.
Is it true that defense is the fastest way into the coach's heart?
Well, it's certainly a way to gain confidence, that's for sure.
Oh, it's Porzingis with the jam.
Great body control by Porzingis. He sets a good pick and then rolls right into a scoring position.
George with it, guarded now by Holiday, looking to get it going. Kicks it to George. And it comes off the front of the rim.
At some point, you need to know when to stop shooting. Just too many misses piling up for him.
Pass to Porzingis. Porzingis punishing inside.
One of the tallest guys in the league. Give Porzingis the ball there and just let him work.
Shot from the wing. Maxey, that's good. Maxey's got 9 points now in the second half.
Well, you guys know I love analytics, but I still like the mid-range, especially when he's taking the shot.
Nice deflection there. Really trying to disrupt their offensive flow.
Yeah, there's nothing easy on offense. Coaches love seeing that kind of hustle on the defensive end.
Tatum finds Porzingis. Back to Tatum. Pass to Brown. Puts up a 3. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got 10 rebounds here tonight. So active to the paint. Here's Bona. Boston with a rebound. 24 seconds left to play in the third quarter of basketball. Porzingis with a screen on George to the middle. KP wrecks the rim.
Even after that serious knee injury, Porzingis with the spring to flush it.
For 3, Maxey drops in the 3. Maxey's got 21.
He's creating good looks and shooting very efficient.
It's Brown on the wing. Off the mark there with a 3. It's been all about Jaylen Brown for Boston. Hit a couple from downtown this quarter. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
Talk about painting a magnificent picture with that dime. Just a great decision and a perfect delivery.
Wow, that was an absolute masterpiece of an assist. He knew exactly when to deliver the ball, and it made for a beautiful score.
We've reached the fourth quarter in what has been a very competitive game. Should be an exciting finish. Porzingis is the 4 with Horford at the 5. Jason Tatum out there with Drew Holiday. And it's Brown in at small forward. That's the Boston 5. Here's Maxey. And he hits it to tie the game. Maxey's got 14 points here in the second half.
And Maxey is especially dangerous in these situations. When he has room to run, good luck stopping him.
Well, the defense was right where they needed to be to stop the layup. Great awareness and effort.
That gives them the lead. Maxey's got 4 points this quarter.
And this is just typical of him. Always making an impact at crucial moments in the game.
Well, you know, this is when they lean on him, and he delivers with a much-needed score.
It's not surprising to see Tatum taking over offensively. I mean, he's capable of doing this on a nightly basis.
Boston's gotten 6 of 10 three-pointers to drop. Outside Holiday. And a miss there on the triple.
Man, that's his shot. Maybe he was too wide open. Well, that was clearly a foul.
First personal foul. First team foul.
The first free throw is good.
You really can't understate the energy Maxey brings to his game. Not just effort level, but his attitude and how that spreads to his guys out there. It's not luck that he's so steady at the line. It's through repetition and hard work.
Down low, Horford. And a great assist by Brown as that one goes in. Brown's got 3 assists now in this one. Over to the left wing. Back to Maxey. Puts it up from 15. Yep, it finally drops after rolling around the rim. Maxey's got 29.
And capable of sticking it from the mid-range. I like seeing Maxey go to work from this area.
Here's Horford. Kick out to Brown. That 3's off the mark. The Sixers leading. Outside Maxey. To the paint. Here's Bona. Oh, and a beautiful feed leads to a monster jam.
Impressive one-hand slam right there, B.A.
Man, as long as he's confident about it, I'm good with it. Maybe use 2 hands next time. He knows where he is. Horford passes to Porzingis. What a finish from Porzingis. Over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the fourth. Outside Maxey. Good on the shot. Maxey's got 10 points now, just in this quarter.
Oh, commanding the ball in big spots. Maxey is so fearless.
Here's Porzingis. And a slam dunk by Porzingis.
Oh, my. Huge play from Porzingis. A testament to the competitiveness that he plays with.
So it's Brown with it. He brings it up for the Celtics. Up top, Tatum. Maxey covering. The 3, Porzingis. Rebound by the 76ers. George has got his 6th rebound on the night. A bit under 3.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth. No good on the wing 3.
He's trying to force his way into a rhythm, but that's not helping the team.
Horford outside. Pass to Porzingis. Tatum with it. George defending. Horford, screen on George. Back to Horford to tie it up. Stolen by Drummond. Maxey on the wing. And here's Oubre from the arc. And Drummond with the jam.
Wow! Drummond's able to sink it at the biggest possible moment.
Maxey against Tatum. Horford left side. Porzingis finds Tatum. They kick it out to Porzingis. Clock at 4. Play clock. The Celtics got to hurry here. Horford can't hit.
Yeah, tough to make those jumpers when you are guarded that closely.
And the call will be against Jason Tatum. That's his 3rd foul so far.
3rd personal foul. 2nd team foul.
And we've got 28 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. Maxey against Tatum. 5 on the clock. Fires from the wing. And it's Maxey missing. From behind the arc. Again, the miss by Boston. There's the triple. Off the mark. So a close game sees Philadelphia taking this one. Just a gutsy performance on the road.
It really was. When this one...
Allie, thank you as always. And that about wraps it up. For Stan Van Gundy, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, I'm Brian Anderson, thanking you for watching the NBA, presented by 2K.
And thanks for tuning in to the NBA on 2K Sports. Hope you're enjoying your Friday afternoon. Hey, Clark, in tonight's game, what are you watching closely?
Well, the thing that jumps out at me, Kevin, is the guard matchup. I mean, both teams have tremendous backcourts, and I really think whoever is able to win or control that battle is going to win the game.
Now, a look at Dallas's starting lineup. Irving is out there with Spencer Dinwiddie. Then it's Anthony Davis, and there's Klay Thompson, and it's Gafford in at the center, filling out the middle. For the screen on Maxey. And that one's good, Irving.
I got a question for you. How do you defend Irving in the pick and roll? He's so quick, and his ball handling is so good, absolutely, virtually impossible.
Second shot opportunity, and the rebound goes to the Mavericks. And he drives in. A shot by Thompson, and no one's around. Off target with his three. 76ers have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start this one so far. Drummond's gone 1 of 3 shooting so far. Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Well, Kevin, I was able to talk with Nick Nurse for a minute. He told me, now that team goes as Anthony Davis goes. When AD is feeling good and he's in rhythm, everything clicks. Coach said we'll need a team effort at both ends. Our communication has to be excellent, and even then, we're not going to completely stop them, guys.
Thanks, David. Drummond with another miss.
Usually, guys, he's going to knock that one down from there. Proficient at operating in that medium range area.
Thompson misses. And what about the evolution of Tyrese Maxey? And Greg, according to him, he's just getting started.
Well, Kevin, I'd have to agree. I mean, he's got some big shoes to fill with James Harden leaving, but each year this guy has just gotten better. And not only has he matched Harden's production in Philadelphia, I think he's exceeded it.
Out of bounds, Philadelphia takes possession. Philadelphia has gone 0 of 2 from deep here. 18 feet out. Drummond with another miss.
And the well is running dry for him right now. Nothing falling.
And, you know, you can sense his frustration. This is going to be a test of his resolve here.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from 3. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open. And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the 3. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession.
Davis against Maxey. Pass to Irving. 6 to shoot. Puts it up from 15. And Embiid with the block.
Don't test Embiid now. An impact defensive player is what he is.
The 76ers trail by 5. Maxey on the wing. Sinks the triple.
Boy, at the offensive end, his game is so impressive. I mean, he's a threat every time up the floor.
Pass to Davis.
2 minutes remaining in the first. 2 minutes.
In the corner, it's Gafford. Outside Irving. And there's the call on Kyrie Irving. That's his first foul.
Yeah, really good defensive play to cut him off there and square up.
Excellent example of toughness and physicality on defense. Got his nose right in the middle of things and made a play.
Another miss by Maxey.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Pass to Gafford for the 3. Dallas again missing.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
And here's Maxey. Another miss by Maxey. There's 1:17 left here in the opening quarter. On the wing, Thompson. Defended by George. Davis with a screen on Maxey. Irving against Maxey. Baseline J on the way. It's Drummond with the rebound. And so it's Maxey with it. He brings it up for Philadelphia. Trailing by 2. And George kicks to Embiid. Down low, here's Drummond, and it's Drummond with the jam.
Once Drummond gets the ball there, he gets it goodbye.
Irving against Maxey. For the screen on Maxey. Irving from long range. Andre Drummond grabs the miss. Shoots the 3. And Maxey with the basket on the assist by Drummond. Maxey's got a couple of threes now in the first with the 76ers. They've been struggling here on offense.
Yeah, a bit of a dry spell for sure.
Davis setting the pick for Irving to the paint. Embiid with the steal. George looking over the floor. He gets it up. So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. Philadelphia. And getting going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And looking at what we've seen from the 76ers, what do you guys think?
Just a terrific first quarter, sparked really by their unselfishness.
Yeah, and you know, so many of their hoops came off an assist, which is a good sign for ball movement and sharing that ball.
They've got Drummond. Embiid is out there with Oubre. Then it's Paul George. And it's Maxey in at the point guard position. That's the group for Philadelphia to start the second quarter. And Joel Embiid is a giant center. Clark, his size, his arm span. How does his sheer size, do you think, affect the game?
Well, he's a mountain of a man. Not only is he tall, he's wide, and he's deep too, Kevin. In other words, he's hard to get around. And he's also hard to challenge because he's north and south. So, and you factor in his touch, this guy does things that I've not really seen a guy of his size do, particularly when you talk about kitty-patting the dribble and knocking down face-up jumpers all the way out to the three-point line. It should almost be unlawful for a guy north of 3 bills to be doing that.
He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here. Greg, we know about the Euro step, but is the D-cell the next move that's getting more notice?
I think it is, Kevin, and you can see players have quickly incorporated that into their arsenal. It's been fun to watch, man, and I tell you, it creates some uncomfortable situations.
Irving finds Dinwiddie. Here's Gafford. Played in with a nice touch off the glass.
And the rebound and the follow show you what he is all about. Gritty and determined with a soft touch to Max.
And that's out of bounds. It was last touch by Maxey.
And that's just carelessness there. I mean, you have got to have your head in the game.
The Mavericks trailing. Pass to Gafford. And Gafford throws it down.
Hey, the unselfishness there by Dinwiddie, you love it. He's all about doing what's best for the team.
Now Drummond. Nobody near George. Misses the 3, and he used the pump fake well there, but he couldn't capitalize. Here's Irving. Takes it inside. And that'll be Dallas as it goes out of bounds. Mavericks retain possession. Oubre against Thompson. For the screen on Oubre. Thompson from long range. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Drummond's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Inside. There's Embiid. Embiid is a monster in the lane. Wow.
Inside, Embiid has almost too many options. A lot of ways he can get it done.
And for those of you just joining us, we're almost 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Here's Dinwiddie, and he makes that one. Dinwiddie's got 5 now.
I like the play call. Very solid, making perfect use of the pick to get a great look.
Embiid, the pass to Drummond. Klay Thompson grabs the miss. For Dallas, they've gone 50% from the floor in the second quarter, 3 of 6. Pass to Gafford. Here's the triple. Rebound, Andre Drummond. Drummond's got his 5th rebound in this one. Now here's Embiid. Tipped away. It's stolen by Davis. Thompson right side. Here's Irving. 1:49 left in the second quarter.